Chapter 461. Seventh bro, I can see that you want to use money to buy the universe. Work hard and one day go to the Starsibyl sect and buy this Starsibyl to be your maid. The monkey snickered, but he did not mock Lu Yin as he could sense that Lu Yin was serious. Everyone had their own goals and Starsibyl had seen all sorts of answers. However, Lu Yin's answer left her somewhat confused. Those who were qualified to be asked questions by her were all top geniuses, and the sons of major corporations and businessmen did not even have the qualifications to meet her. Thus, they would not be able to talk about something as refreshing as earning money. Lu Yin was the first to do so. She was now a little confused as she felt that this man's answer was the least imposing, but it could also be the most imposing. Is my answer strange? Lu Yin asked with a probing look. Starsibyl looked at Lu Yin and could only say, everyone has their own goals. Lu Yin grunted. How does my answer compare to Xianxia's? Starsibyl was shocked as she had not expected Lu Yin to dare to ask such a question. Was there even a comparison? One was studying while the other was earning money. Even a fool would be able to make a comparison. She did not know where Lu Yin had gotten the confidence to compare himself to Xianxia. Starsibyl did not answer. Instead she said, Brother Lu, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Starsibyl turned to leave, but Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and shouted, Right, I saw your grandpa Jiao. Starsibyl paused and turned around with an ugly expression. Brother Lu, please watch your words. Lu Yin replied, Xianxia? Not your grandpa Jiao? He's carrying a large banner with the words Starsibyl's grandpa Jiao written on it. Starsibyl frowned as she rarely treated others with such an attitude. She always had a mysterious smile on her face. This person has nothing to do with me, so please don't mention him in the future. She then tore through the void and left. Lu Yin stood in place and muttered to himself. He was not trying to anger Starsibyl, but rather he was trying to probe Xianxia's situation. Xianxia had once told him that he could look into the eyes of the dead. He had not understood it before, but this time he had encountered a specter and had even fused his Dai's possession into a specter's body. If that was the case, then what Xianxia had told him back then wasn't the past but the future. Lu Yin wanted to know if this Xianxia had the ability to perform divination. Judging from Starsibyl's attitude, this Xianxia was definitely not simple. Starsibyl clearly did not want to bother with this person, but she did not intend to pursue the matter. That's right, I think I saw Hai Dashao just now. He should have heard my answer and hoped that he would be disappointed and ask the Sea King to let me go. Seventh bro, I have a question that's been bothering me, the monkey said. You want to know why I want to earn so much money? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, No, I just wanted to ask you where the money you earned went. Lu Yin pursed his lips as this was a difficult question to answer. That's a private matter. Don't ask. The monkey was speechless. Speaking of which, seventh bro, did you spend money when you blocked me? You need to block me? Could it be that you went to that place? Lu Yin was stunned. Where? I've heard that humans are very fond of such places and many people crazily yearn for them. Seventh bro, you should be the same, right? But can such places really cost that much money? The monkey guessed. Lu Yin frowned. What kind of place are you talking about? It's the place where humans release their most primal instincts and get excited and excited. Lu Yin knew what the damned monkey was talking about. I didn't go there. Don't make wild guesses. You didn't go there? That's impossible. Otherwise, where did your money go? It must have been spent on gaming equipment. The monkey was very certain. Lu Yin was stunned. Gaming equipment? Of course. You humans have developed countless battle games and many youths are addicted to the internet. Seventh bro, you must have spent all your money on battle techniques as well. Lu Yin did not want to say anything else. Seventh bro, I advise you not to get addicted to games. Those battle techniques are all fake, so don't even think about using them in real life. Lu Yin blocked his right arm again, which was very annoying. As time passed, the news that Lu Yin was about to become the Sea King's son-in-law spread faster and faster. Even the closest Chaos Flow Zone, the Day-Night Flow Zone, had heard about it. When Night Queen Yanqing found out about this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had been anxiously waiting for her clan to ignore Lu Yin's matters so that she could suppress him as much as she wanted. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had gained an even greater backer. the Sea King, a terrifying powerhouse that not even the Day-Night clan dared to provoke. There was a thump as Night Queen Yanqing punched the ground. Dealing with Lu Yin had become her obsession, and she had never been so defeated in her entire life. Not only had she been defeated by Lu Yin in front of everyone, but she could not even rely on her clan's strength to deal with him. She could even use her influence as a Night Queen to imprison Zhanlong Day-Night, but it had been useless against Lu Yin. She knew his weakness, but she could not deal with him. This sullen feeling was driving her crazy. This had happened several times, and every time she wanted to act, she would be inexplicably hindered. Lu Yin had already become her inner demon. At this moment her gadget rang and Night Queen Yanqing accepted the call. A face that she loathed was displayed on her screen. Yanqing, break through to the Explorer realm as soon as possible. The clan will send you into the astral wilderness to search for a certain substance. Night King Yuanjing was on the screen, and it was this old man who had always hindered her from dealing with Lu Yin. Night Queen Yanqing hated him to the core, but there was nothing she could do. Understood, Elder, Night Queen Yanqing replied in a low voice. Night King Yuanjing stared at Night Queen Yanqing seriously. I'll warn you again, do not deal with Lu Yin. He's not someone you can touch. The clan has its own plans. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flashed coldly and she immediately ended the call. She looked up and clenched her fists. She would wait. As long as her brother became the leader of the Night King clan, she would be second only to him and above everyone else. That day would not be far off. After contacting Night Queen Yanqing, Night King Yuanjing immediately contacted Lu Yin. He urgently wanted to talk to Lu Yin as the Sea King's background was not weak. Once this person became the Sea King's son-in-law, the Day-Night clan would need to use him to enter the Starfall Sea and explore that place that countless people yearned for. The call was quickly connected and Lu Yin's face appeared on the screen. At this moment, Lu Yin was reciting the Stonewall scriptures as he had nothing to do. He had not expected Night King Yuanjing to contact him. Hello, Grandpa Yuanjing, Lu Yin greeted with a warm smile. It was as if he had completely forgotten about his scheming against Night King Yuanjing on the spacecraft. The wrinkles on Night King Yuanjing's face curled into a smile, and he looked very benevolent. Little Yin, Grandpa is relieved to see that you're fine. I heard that you participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection and faced many strong opponents. Don't force yourself. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude with a sincere expression. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Yuanjing. I'm fine. Night King Yuanjing comforted him. That's good, that's good. Right, I've translated the words that you gave me. Do you want to know? Lu Yin's heart trembled and he looked at Night King Yuanjing in shock. This old man was actually willing to share the information, which meant that the Sea King's deterrence was far greater than Lu Yin had imagined. This meant that he no longer had to worry about the safety of Frostwave Weave. It seemed that he should still maintain his status as the Sea King's son-in-law until he had the ability to protect himself. However, since Night King Yuanjing was willing to share the meaning of the words with him, it should not be too important. Grandpa Yuanjing, this is a secret of the Day-Night clan, and it's not convenient for little Yin to know, Lu Yin said awkwardly, even though he really wanted to know. Night King Yuanjing smiled. You call me Grandpa, so the Night King clan is your home. Of course your family members will know. Lu Yin felt nauseous. This old man was really hypocritical, but of course he was not any worse. He had a grateful expression on his face. Thank you, Grandpa. Night King Yuanjing grunted, satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. The translation of the words is, I hate that I cannot protect my master until the rain clears. Hate. 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 Lu Yin was puzzled. What did that mean? It sounded like a lot of resentment. Night King Yuanjing replied, this should be related to the grudges of some ancient powerhouses. My Day-Night clan doesn't know the specifics, but little Yin, if you have the opportunity you can learn more about it. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. If even the Day-Night clan doesn't know about it, then little Yin doesn't have much hope. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing, for not treating little Yin as an outsider. How can you be an outsider? Right, are you at the Sea King's dome? Night King Yuanjing asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly replied, the Sea King has grounded me. He said that I have to break through to the Explorer realm before he can let me go, which is quite troublesome. Night King Yuanjing solemnly replied, this is the Sea King's nurturing of you. Little Yin, you must remember to be grateful. Lu Yin's expression changed. Little Yin understands. Grandpa Yuanjing, don't worry. Night King Yuanjing grunted. You can rest assured about Frostwave Weave. With my day-night clan around, no one will interfere. Thank you, Grandpa Yuanjing, Lu Yin said gratefully. Not long after, Lu Yin ended the call and muttered to himself. The Sea King's influence was enough for him to be worry-free, which was something he had not expected. Even a Night King elder had come over to curry favor with the Sea King, which meant that he could become the Sea King's prospective son-in-law. Also, the Day-Night clan had been able to translate the language so quickly. The language had been so old that even the walls had been reduced to dust, but the Day-Night clan had still been able to translate it. This clan's background was terrifying, and it definitely exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. Was he going to have to feign civility with old man Yuanjing for the rest of his life? Actually, as long as he could become the Sea King's son-in-law, nothing would be a problem. However, Hai Chichi's personality was not something he could accept. And what about Ming Yan? Lu Yin had cultivated to this point precisely so that he would not be restricted. If he had to give up his love just to obtain the Sea King's support, then what was the point of cultivating? There were things that a man could do and there were things that he could not do. He could endure humiliation, but he would not give up on the perseverance in his heart, even if it meant death. Of course, even if he wanted to become the Sea King's son-in-law, it would not be that easy. The Sea King seemed to have acknowledged him, but Lu Yin did not know the specifics. He was not so narcissistic that he would actually be forced into marriage by the Sea King. Everything was still unknown and everything was in the Sea King's hands. This was not a good feeling. His biggest headache right now was how to leave. Breaking through to the Explorer realm was still a long way off. Chapter 462. Up until now, the humans had divided the universe into simple categories: the human domain, the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the astral wilderness. No one knew how large the astral wilderness was or whether there were any civilizations that surpassed the human civilization. Of course, regardless of whether it was the humans, the astral beasts, or the technocracy, they were all exploring the astral wilderness. The star wilderness was like a black fog that shrouded the entire universe. All intelligent life wanted to uncover this black fog, but they did not know how large the black fog was or how dangerous it was. It was even possible that the three major star fields combined were no more than 100th, 1,000th, or even 1,000,000th of the star wilderness. The universe was governed by the law of the jungle, and all intelligent civilizations were hunters who hunted other civilizations in this dark forest. In the astral wilderness, humans were filled with confusion. They were only able to explore a small area, but they had already discovered many shocking things in this small area. For example, there was an extremely compressed substance called pyrolite. Just 1 gram of it could release a destructive power level of nearly 10,000. If all of the pyrolite were to explode, the destructive power would be immeasurable. This was a strategic resource, and it was something that all organizations who knew about this substance would fight over. Unfortunately, the production of pyrolite was extremely low. Even though the humans had probing methods, there was still a limit to what they could find. However, no organization would give up. They were certain that there was an extremely high production of pyrolite somewhere in the astral wilderness, and they had determined that it was in a certain area of the astral wilderness that was close to the outerverse North Castle Weave. North Castle Weave was not famous in the human domain, but many people knew about it because it was one of the 72 weaves in the outerverse that was closest to the astral wilderness. To its south was Frostwave Weave. In the darkness of outer space, 2 giant astral beasts were moving about. One of them was shaped like a mantis while the other was shaped like a giant python. A person stood on top of each beast's head, and they wore clothes that did not belong to Frostwave Weave. They stared arrogantly at a fleeing figure in front of them. There's no need to struggle. Your entire dynasty has been destroyed, so what's the point of leaving you behind? Commander Anfield allowed you to join the 2nd grade hall because of your power level of 60,000. Why aren't you grateful? The man on top of the mantis beast shouted, his voice echoing throughout outer space. 2nd grade hall, there will come a day when I, Ding Xing, will have my revenge for the destruction of my dynasty. What a joke. Forget about a mere cruiser from North Castle Weave. Even if your entire North Castle Weave worked together, you still wouldn't be able to deal with my 2nd grade hall. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then you can just die. The man then exerted force with one of his legs, causing a strange undulation to spread out. Beneath his feet, a mantis-like astral beast raised its scythe and slashed forward. Its slashing wind tore through space, and its attack, which had a power level of over 50,000, even sliced apart a planet. The impact of the planet's explosion was quite large. Ding Xing used the force of the explosion to charge forward and spit out a mouthful of blood. The mantis-like beast waved its scythe and tore apart the aftermath of the planet's explosion. It charged at Ding Xing, raised its scythe and slashed down. Ding Xing's pupils shrank. Only now did he realize that this expert from the second grade hall had been toying with him. With the mantis's speed, there was no way he could dodge it. I can't accept this. My greatsword dynasty shouldn't be destroyed like this. The man from the second grade hall sneered. You're just an ant. The scythe slashed down, and just as it was about to behead Ding Xing, grains of sand appeared in outer space and drifted in front of Ding Xing's eyes. Ding Xing's face turned ashen. Was he already dead? Was this an illusion? Was there sand in hell? Bang! The huge collision forced both the mantis and Ding Xing back, and fine grains of sand floated between them. Ding Xing had survived the desperate situation, but he was still in a daze. Across from him, the second grade hall expert's face sank as he looked to his right. There, a figure quietly floated with a single hand raised. The grains of sand had come from that person, and it was his innate gift. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the second grade hall's matters? The second grade hall expert on top of the mantis asked coldly. The next moment, the giant python-like astral beast appeared, and there was also a man standing on top of its head who was coldly staring to the right. The grains of sand drifted and gradually shrank back into the figure's body. The figure looked up and said, Great Yu Empire, 8th Captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, Shalash. Ding Xing was ecstatic. The 13 Imperial Squadrons had appeared. Right, this was Frostwave Weave. The two second-grade hall experts looked at each other with arrogance in their eyes. You're from Frostwave Weave? I advise you to leave immediately. We're from the Innerverse Beast Tamers Flow Zone's second-grade hall. You have no right to interfere in our matters. Shalash's face sank. This place belongs to the Great Yu Empire, not the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. The man on top of the giant python sneered. You actually dare to talk back? It seems like the Innerverse hasn't made a move against the Outerverse in a long time. These border natives really dare to take advantage of us. Fine, I'll kill you and bring your head back to the so-called Great Yu Empire. Let's see if your ruler has the guts to avenge you. He then urged the giant python-like astral beast to roar at Shalash. Shalash spun his hand, and the grains of sand split into 2, then 4, and finally formed a giant sandstorm that filled the entire region. It swept towards the second-grade hall expert. This was no ordinary sandstorm, but rather one that contained Shalash's star energy. Every grain of sand was capable of piercing through an explorer. This was something that Undying Yushan had taught him, and it was also his trump card. The man on top of the giant python's head paled when he sensed how terrifying the sandstorm was. He hurriedly retreated, but the mantis-like astral beast rushed forward and slashed out with its scythe in an attempt to cut through the sandstorm. However, the scythe only thing that came into contact with the sandstorm was sparks. It tore through the void, but it was unable to cut through the sandstorm. This result shocked both of them. Since when had cruisers in the Outerverse become so strong that they could even fight 1 against 2? No one could understand the strength of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. They were the embodiment of Undying Yushan's ambition to dominate Frostwave Weave and even the surrounding weaves. They did not have much power, but the strength of each captain had been personally selected by Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan had roamed the Innerverse and entered the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. His foresight was not something that the Outerverse could compare to, and he had even taught them the battle techniques of the Yu family. It could be said that the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons were powerhouses that surpassed the common understanding of the Outerverse, and they were comparable to the Innerverse elites. If not for the Neo-Human Alliance's intervention, then Zhu Lang, Do, Batson and Falut would not have died. The blind monk had single-handedly suppressed a hunter from the Ross Empire, which showed how terrifying the captains were. The second-grade hall was the lowest-level power in the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, and above them were the first-grade hall and the strongest, the Divine-grade hall. The cruisers of the second-grade hall could only represent the Innerverse average strength. and they were not at the level of elites. The two second-grade hall experts looked at each other and then split up to attack Xianxia from two different directions. Xianxia's face was cold as he flipped his hand, causing the sandstorm to split into two that enveloped him and Ding Xing. At the same time, the sandstorm swept out in all directions, and its area of effect grew larger and larger. Soon it began to clash with the mantis and python beasts. The two beasts howled at the same time and retreated, looking at Xianxia in fear. This is the territory of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. Retreat immediately, Xianxia said coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The enormous sandstorm formed a ghostly image that was abnormally terrifying. At this moment, Xianxia was so terrifying that even the surrounding planets trembled. The two second-grade hall experts looked at each other unwillingly, and then they looked at Xianxia. The Great Yu Empire. The second-grade hall will remember this. Ding Xing sighed in relief as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He ignored his injuries and hurried over to Xianxia, bowing respectfully. Ding Xing of the Great Sword Dynasty requests an audience with His Majesty, Undying Yuxian of the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia frowned. His Majesty Undying Yuxian has long since passed away. Currently, the fifth princess Wendy Yuxian and the royal regent is Lu Yin. Ding Xing was shocked. His Majesty Undying Yuxian has passed away? Xianxia nodded. Ding Xing was shocked as he remembered that domineering emperor. He had met him once by chance, and those eyes had definitely not been looking at Frostwave Weave. They had even looked at North Castle Weave. Because of this, the powers in North Castle Weave had never established diplomatic relations with Frostwave Weave, as they were afraid of Undying Yuxian. They had never expected that the emperor would die when they had come to ask for his help. North Castle Weave was close to the astral wilderness, and the focus of its development had been placed in the north. They had built a flourishing star system that led to the astral wilderness, and they had gradually neglected the situation in the surrounding weaves. They had even stopped asking about what was happening in the universe, so to a certain extent, they had closed themselves off to the outside world. They did not even know about Undying Yuxian's death. If not for this unexpected incident, they would have closed themselves off again. I would like to request an audience with the fifth princess, Her Highness, Ding Xing said. Xianxia replied, Her Highness is in Adonis Weave's East San Dios. I can try to contact her for you. He then activated his gadget. Lu Yin, who was far away in the Starfall Sea, did not know what was happening in the Great Yu Empire. After he had emerged from the space with the Golden Ocean, he had contacted Xianxia and the others and instructed them not to contact him unless it was something important. To Xianxia and the others, what was happening in North Castle Weave was not important. At the very least, it was not as important as the Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave. However, nobody knew that North Castle Weave had completely changed. On the surface, it still looked the same as before. The Great Sword Dynasty still existed on the star chart, but in reality, it had already disappeared. Everything was because of Tian Hui. Several days passed, but Michelle and the others were still unable to leave. There was a time gap between the merchant ships and the Starfall Sea's entrance and the Sea King's Dome. This was a rule set by the Sea King's Dome, and it had nothing to do with money. Thus, Lulu could not use money to leave early. Fortunately, they did not leave. A battle that shook the heavens erupted between Mu Rong and Ling Quebec. The Sea King's Dome prohibited fighting, but that did not mean that it was forbidden everywhere. There were some places where space had been reinforced by the Sea King, and even a hunter would not be able to tear through the void and cause too much damage. Battles could be fought in such places. Mu Rong and Ling Kai stood at the base of a cliff, facing each other. Countless people from the Sea King's Dome had gathered in the distance, and they all looked excited. Many of them had even started recording the battle. Chapter 463. This was a battle between Lemeters that was famous throughout the universe. The four unrivaled Lemeters of the younger generation were finally meeting. Michelle and the others were also present, and Lulu was very excited. Big Pao's face was radiant as this battle was related to him. A few days ago, during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, he had urged Lulu to spend money to poach Ling Kai's fan club to cheer for Mu Rong. After the Sea King's son-in-law selection, this matter had originally come to an end. However, for some reason Ling Kai had forcefully taken the fan club away. In his own words, he would not be in his best condition if there was no one to cheer him on. The problem was that the fan club had been captivated by Mu Rong. Although they had been lured away by Ling Kei's offer of money, Mu Rong had just happened to pass by, and the fan club could not help but shout. This had not only startled Mu Rong but it had also startled Ling Quebec. In addition, rumors had been spreading that Ling Kei was inferior to Mu Rong over the past few days. In the distance, the fan club felt very wronged. They liked both Ling Kei and Mu Rong and they were somewhat conflicted. They did not know who to cheer for. "I'm not interested in fighting you," Mu Rong said indifferently as if he did not care about anything. Ling Kei snorted. "What? You're not going to admit it? Don't try this with me. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection, you secretly poached my fan club, and I haven't settled this debt with you yet. If they hadn't been poached by you, I wouldn't have been in a bad mood, and I wouldn't have been ambushed by Qing Wu that day. It's all because of you." Mu Rong frowned. "You're unreasonable." Ling Kei was furious. "You're still pretending? Today I'm back in my best condition. I'll let you know the consequences of pretending in front of me." He then raised his hand and confidently waved it a few times. Ling Kei, I love you. Ling Kei, you're the most handsome. Ling Kei, I love you. Ling Kei, you're the most handsome. The fan club had professional ethics. They had accepted Ling Kei's money so they could only cheer for him. The people around them were startled and they hurriedly moved away. This group of lunatics. Ling Kei enjoyed listening to the cheers. Star energy erupted from his body and crushed the ground, causing the void to tremble. An intense wind pressure swept up from the ground and even blew away the clouds. This scene was like a rising smoke signal that attracted even more attention from the Sea King's dome. Northgate Lai, Che Han, Qing Wu, Qin Qin, and the others who had yet to leave had all arrived, including Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian. This was Ling Kei going all out, and the terror of an unequaled Lemeter was on full display. Many people felt that it was a pity that Ling Kei had been ambushed by Qing Wu during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and he hadn't even been able to use the Lingling clan's inherited battle technique, soul-splitting. Now the moment that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The battle power that Mu Rong had displayed during the Sea King's son-in-law selection had left everyone gasping in amazement. Even Qing Wu had found it difficult to defeat him, and Mu Rong had even hidden his strength, making him somewhat mysterious. It was a pity that Mu Rong had not been able to fight Lu Yin in the end. However, many people believed that Lu Yin would not be Mu Rong's opponent. They were both users of 30 stacks and Lan Yu was an explorer, but he had still been easily defeated by Mu Rong. This proved that the overlaying stacks technique was ineffective against Mu Rong, and Lu Yin's chances of victory were too low. Of the four of them, Mu Rong was probably the strongest because he had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters. With a whoosh, Ling Kei tore through the void with extreme speed as his Kei's mighty slash appeared in his hand. He slashed downwards, causing a thunderous explosion to ring out. A sudden clap of thunder rang out from the ground, causing the air to explode as visible shockwaves swept out in all directions. Mu Rong's gaze turned cold as he could not afford to be careless against Ling Quebec. Thunder and sound waves swept out at the same time as the Kei's mighty slash approached him. Mu Rong spun the wooden flute in his hand as he shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the blade's attack. At the same time he shifted to the side again to avoid the explosion of thunder and sound waves. The Lingling clan could absorb other people's innate gifts and solidify them into their own eternal innate gifts. Ling Kei's mighty slash contained the power of thunder and sound, which was quite terrifying. Seeing that his attack had failed, Ling Kei sneered. "Mu Rong, don't think that I don't know that you've cultivated the floating swim technique, which allows you to dodge and dissolve your opponent's attacks. It's similar to a lock-breaking technique, but even the floating swim technique has its limits." His eyes flashed as his entire body froze in place for a second. In the next moment, everyone's gazes changed and they were filled with disbelief. Ling Kei had split into two. This was soul-splitting, a battle technique that the Lingling clan had passed down since ancient times. No one knew how long this clan had existed, whether it had been 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. Aside from themselves, no one knew. Humans had experienced the destruction of their civilization and the destruction of the universe. Generation after generation had died, and no one knew whether this clan had developed from the destruction of the universe or had continued to exist to this day. Soul-splitting had always been a terrifying battle technique that the Lingling clan used to intimidate their enemies. Aside from the Lingling clan, no one else could learn it. Soul-splitting could split one's body into two clones, and both clones would have the same strength as the original. This was why Ling Ke was known as an unequaled Limiter. The two K's mighty slashes disappeared at the same time. No matter how solid the void was, it could not stop the K's mighty slash from piercing through the void. This was the most terrifying aspect of the K's mighty slash. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection, if Cheng Wu had not launched a sneak attack and injured Ling Ke, he might not have been defeated so easily. There would always be incomprehensible geniuses in the universe, and Ling Ke was one of those geniuses that stood at the very top. One K's mighty slash was enough to make countless people's scalps go numb, and they were unable to deal with it. Now 2 K's mighty slashes had attacked simultaneously. Everyone stared at the battlefield and even their breaths stopped. Michelle and the others were shocked. They were all Limeters, but the difference between them was too great. Suddenly Mu Rong moved. He took a step forward with his right foot, and even though there was nothing in front of him, he suddenly shifted to the right. In an instant the K's mighty slash slashed across his neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. Mu Rong immediately retreated. In front of him, a second K's mighty slash slashed past, leaving behind a trail of blood. This time it was on his forehead. The 2 K's mighty slashes had inflicted 2 wounds on Mu Rong. Ling Ke was shocked, as this was the most successful attack of the K's mighty slash. If he had not been injured by Cheng Wu's sneak attack, Ling Ke was confident that even Cheng Wu would have fallen to the K's mighty slash. However, it had only inflicted a few superficial wounds on Mu Rong. Mu Rong had been injured. This was the first time he had been injured since participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. It could also be said that this was the first time he had been injured in a battle against someone of the same generation. He touched the wound. It was very shallow, but he was serious now. Dark green grass grew beneath his feet, and it was full of vitality. In the void around him, a shepherd boy leisurely rode an ox. This was Mu Rong's force field, a picture of a shepherd boy herding cows. The moment the force field appeared, Ling Ke's mighty slash was expelled from the void and circled around the 2 Ling K's. The K's mighty slash could pierce through the void, but it could not pierce through Mu Rong's force field. As soon as the force field appeared, the K's mighty slash's greatest characteristic disappeared. Ling Ke had not expected Mu Rong's force field to be so effective against him. If Cheng Wu's force field was his invincible bell, then Mu Rong's force field was his greatest advantage. It wasn't just Ling Ke. All of the spectators outside the arena were enveloped by Mu Rong's force field. Michelle felt her entire body being suppressed, and it was difficult for her to circulate her star energy. The moment she was enveloped by the force field, her power dropped by 70%. She couldn't help but be overwhelmed by how powerful a force field was. Lulu clenched her fists. Her strength was still there, but it was being weakened. Xia Luo was amazed, and he looked up at the shepherd boy herding cows in the void. Dark Void raised his hand. His innate gift was useless now, as it had been completely suppressed by the force field. Hui Day Night felt his scalp go numb. This feeling was too terrifying. Everyone could feel how terrifying Mu Rong's force field was. Seeing it was different from experiencing it for themselves. At this moment they finally understood why Zhang Dingtian had been defeated. This was an unstoppable force, and even Northgate Lai and Qinshan had to admit that they would definitely lose under this force field. Cheng Wu had fought against Mu Rong before, and he had experienced it firsthand. Even so, he was still shocked. Once someone like Mu Rong broke through to the Explorer realm, most of the people on the top 100 rankings would have to retreat. This was the so-called invincible Limiter. He was not invincible among his peers, but among all the Limiters in the universe he was invincible. The shock that Ling Ke had brought to the spectators was instantly dispelled by Mu Rong's force field. Mu Rong raised his hand and pressed down. The shepherd boy, who had been wandering through the void, immediately charged towards Ling Quebec. The shepherd boy represented the entire force field, and when the boy came crashing down on Ling Ke felt as if the world was collapsing around him. The void around him became unstable and distorted, and his star energy was completely suppressed. Ling Ke growled as his clones disappeared and merged back into one. His body paused for a moment, and then under everyone's horrified gazes he split into 3. 3 Ling Ks appeared, and 3 Ks mighty slashes revolved around each of them as they clashed with the shepherd boy. Boom! Everyone's hearts trembled, and many felt as if they had been struck by an invisible attack. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many even bled from their orifices as they fainted. This collision caused the heavens and earth to rumble. Mu Rong's force field had already enveloped the void, and Ling Ke had pushed his soul-splitting technique to its limits. The 3 of them worked together to resist the attack. The ground shattered layer by layer as terrifying shockwaves rippled outwards, injuring countless people along the way. Xiao Luo and the others were also within range of the shockwaves, and they all acted together. Michelle and the others were all pushed back, but this was only the shockwaves. The void around them was suppressed, and unless it was an attack that surpassed a hunter's power level, the void would not crack. Even so, the spatial distortions still shattered everything within a 10,000-meter radius, including the nearby cliff. High up in the sky, Haidashao and Starsibyl stood tall. Above the Sea King's dome, the Sea King also looked over. A battle between Limiters had attracted the Sea King's attention, which was something that not even the top 100 rankings could achieve. When the dust settled, the sober spectators all looked over in shock. Mu Rong stood in his original spot with a calm expression. Across from him, the 3 Ling Ks were panting heavily as they had blocked Mu Rong's attack. The girls' support group had all fainted, but Ling K did not care about them at this moment. The 3 Ling Ks laughed maniacally. Mu Rong, you're really strong, but so what? No matter how strong your force field is, it can't last forever. That attack just now was your peak strength. Now it's my turn. After speaking, the 3 Ling Ks stood in a triangular formation, surrounding Mu Rong in the middle. His K's mighty slash emitted a sharp light that distorted the void. His K's mighty slash was a fusion of 10 innate gifts, but Ling Ke had not used all of them yet. Now he felt that it was time. The 3 blades combined into one and no one could block them. Ling Ke had once defeated a cruiser with a power level of 70,000. Chapter 464. The battlefield was silent, and only the 3 K's mighty slashes seemed to be connected to each other in the void, causing their power to multiply. Even Qing Wu felt that he might not be able to block Ling Ke's combined attack. He was glad that he had launched a sneak attack during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, which had prevented Ling Ke from using his full strength. Otherwise, that battle would have been much more difficult. Ling Ke had lost to Qing Wu on the Skyfall Cascade, and he had even retreated without a fight, which had caused his reputation to plummet. However, this battle had completely reversed everyone's opinion of him. He was truly terrifying, and those words on the Skyfall Cascade had not been exaggerated. If Qing Wu had not launched a sneak attack, then the outcome of that battle would not have been certain. Even if Qing Wu had won, he would not have been able to continue fighting. Ling Ke was very excited. As long as he defeated Mu Rong here, he would be the strongest Limiter. Would he still need to hire his supporters then? There was no need for that at all, as there would definitely be a bunch of beauties fighting to join his fan club. Be it the Soul Dream tribe, the Butterfly Dance tribe, or even the famous Kindness tribe that shook the heavens. There were also those beautiful women who could charm the heavens and worship him. Yixingchen, Buyin, they were all Bulsh *T. Ling Ke grew even more excited as he thought about it, and his 3 K's mighty slashes became even sharper. It's over, Mu Rong. Ling Ke shouted as the 3 K's mighty slashes were about to strike. Mu Rong would definitely not be able to escape this attack, as even if they tore through the void, the K's mighty slash would still shatter the void. It was unknown when the melodious tune began to hover in everyone's ears, as if it had just started, but also as if it had always been there. Mu Rong played his wooden flute and the atmosphere reappeared in the void. A shepherd boy was herding cows, bringing with him cheerful laughter. The ground was covered in lush green grass that extended into the distance, beyond the battlefield and into the void. Mu Rong's entire being changed as the melodious shepherd song played. He had transformed into a shepherd boy and forgotten all of his worries. A shepherd boy's song lingered in the lush green grass. No one could break this dreamlike scene. Ling Ke's combined attack did not explode in the end, and it was drowned out by the shepherd boy's song. He had lost. He had lost the moment Mu Rong had played his flute. Mu Rong had been acknowledged by the 10 arbiters as a true unequaled Limiter. So what if he had 10 innate gifts combined into one? So what if he had split his soul? He would still be defeated. This was Mu Rong. This battle had shocked the crowd. Who would have thought that a battle between Limiters could be so inconceivable? Even an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings would be defeated without a doubt. They were strong enough to contend with Qing Wu. Haida Xiao looked at Mu Rong with pity. Even though he did not like Mu Rong's melancholic expression, Mu Rong was much better than Lu Yin. Furthermore, Mu Rong was much stronger. Haida Xiao felt that he should ask his father to give Mu Rong another chance to pull out the Sea King's trident. Speaking of which, could it be that Mu Rong had pulled it out the last time and then refused to marry Chi-Chi, which was why Lu Yin had taken advantage of the situation? The more Haida Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Starsabil looked at Mu Rong's departing figure and recalled his answer. Why do I need to become stronger? Being able to live happily every day is enough. This was Mu Rong's answer. Unfortunately, he would never be able to do it. The more one wanted to be happy, the more unhappy they would be in the end. The Sea King retracted his gaze and sighed. Both of them were innate geniuses, and that kid was equally as famous as them. How could he miss out on such a grand occasion? Everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only Ling Kai standing in his original spot with his head lowered. He was filled with an intense sense of unwillingness. He had truly been defeated, and there was nothing he could say. He had been born into the Lingling clan and was proud of himself, but he had been defeated by someone else. Ling Kai was extremely unwilling to accept this, but he had no choice but to accept it. Mu Rong was indisputably the number one Limiter. Michelle and the others left, and Coco worriedly looked towards the upper levels of the Sea King's dome. That Mu Rong is really powerful. I hope that Brother Lu won't fight with him. Big Pao felt the same way inside. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Knowing is far more painful than not knowing. Once news of this battle spreads, Mu Rong will definitely become the strongest Limiter. I hope that Junior will be more open-minded and not challenge him. Xiao Luo smiled. Luin, I don't know how far you can go. Along the way, you've defeated too many opponents that everyone thought were impossible to defeat. Would Mu Rong be one of them? Xiao Luo looked forward to it, as he had a premonition that the two of them would have a battle soon. Mu Rong's defeat of Ling Kai had given the Sea King's dome a lot of topics to talk about, and the most talked about topic was the rankings of the 4 Limiters. The most mysterious one was actually Yi Xingchen, who had always stayed in the Cosmic Sea. No one could say anything about his strength, but everyone still ranked Mu Rong first and almost no one objected. In second place was either Ling Kai or Yi Xingchen. Although Lu Yin's performance during the Sea King's son-in-law selection had been dazzling, and he had even fought Faceless to a standstill, he was still ranked last. There was nothing he could do about it, as he really did not have any special abilities. His overlaying stacks had already been broken by Mu Rong, and many people predicted that if Lu Yin fought Mu Rong using his overlaying stacks, he wouldn't even be able to force out Mu Rong's force field. However, if he fought Ling Kai using his overlaying stacks, Ling Kai would only need to split his spirit into 2. One would block while the other would attack, and Lu Yin would definitely be defeated. Thus, it was indisputable that Lu Yin was ranked 4th. Even if he was the Sea King's son-in-law, he could only be ranked 4th. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Not long after, Big Pao contacted Lu Yin and described the battle between Mu Rong and Ling Kai in detail. Lu Yin had been below the waterfall, so he had not been able to detect the battle at all. The Sea King's dome was just too big, and unless a battle between hunters could shake the entire Sea King's dome, the impact of a battle between a hunter and a hunter would not be enough to shake the entire Sea King's dome. The battle between Mu Rong and Ling Kai had attracted so many people mainly because of their fame. Lu Yin put down his gadget, as he had not expected that the battle for the rankings would come so quickly. When people had started to describe the 4 of them as unequaled Limiters, he had known that there would be a day when they would be ranked, but he had not expected it to come so suddenly. There was no such thing as first place in literature, and there was no such thing as second place in martial arts. Cultivators were hot-blooded and would not admit that they were inferior to others. The stronger they were, the more this was true, and this was especially true for the younger generation. He stood up and looked into the distance. To be honest, he was looking forward to his battle with Mu Rong and Ling Quebec amongst his peers, only they were qualified to fight against him. His enemies were the 10 Arbiters, and his greatest threat was the Day-Night clan. There were many others as well. Fame was an indispensable part of his future plans for revenge. He did not know if Leon's armada would take revenge for Big Sis and the 72 lives that had been lost, but he would not place his hopes on others. He would take his own revenge. Becoming a true unequaled Lemeter would bring him great fame, but Mu Rong would not be so easy to deal with. Only Ling Ke knew exactly how powerful his battle techniques, innate gifts and domains were. Lu Yin was confident that he could use his fates and to block powerful physical attacks, but Mu Rong's final move that had defeated Ling Ke had clearly been manipulated, and it was not something that could be blocked by someone with a strong physical body. Lu Yin was not confident that he could defeat Mu Rong, so even if he wanted to fight he would have to do so under the premise that he had a solid grasp of the situation. He would not be like Ling Ke who had rushed forward on a whim. Ever since he had been swallowed up by the storm, Lu Yin had become much more cautious. While Lu Yin was pondering over Mu Rong's strength at the Sea King's dome, news of Lu Yin's upcoming battle with Mu Rong spread. This news immediately shook the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin really dares to challenge Mu Rong. He's not afraid of losing too badly and he's doing it right in front of the Sea King. He's too blind. He thinks that he's invincible just because he pulled out the Sea King's trident. Apparently Mu Rong was the one who pulled it out, but he didn't want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, so he didn't pull it out completely. That just so happened to benefit Lu Yin. If I were him I would definitely not say anything and wait until Mu Rong leaves. What's the point of embarrassing himself in this battle? No matter what, Lu Yin is still the son-in-law of the Sea King's dome, so he's half a family member. We still hope that he can win even though the chances are slim. Some powerhouses have already analyzed that Lu Yin's chances of winning against Mu Rong are less than 1%. His overlaying stacks, speed and physical strength are all useless against Mu Rong. It can be said that he's completely restrained by Mu Rong and even Ling Ke can restrain him. What a pity. He's too arrogant, someone lamented with his hands clasped behind his back. He had the demeanor of an expert when someone suddenly said, "He's still better than you in every aspect." Everyone looked over and that person was dumbfounded. He had actually been insulted. He looked at the red-lipped, white-toothed youth standing not too far away and blankly asked, "Brother, have I ever offended you?" The youth snorted. "You haven't offended my mother. If you had offended me or my mother, you would have died a long time ago." She then turned and left. She was Hai Chi-Chi and she had disguised herself to go shopping. She had just happened to overhear these people discussing Lu Yin's challenge to Mu Rong. Although she did not like that person and liked to mock him, she was still annoyed when others mocked him. If she was annoyed, she had to fight back. When Michelle and the others heard the news, they immediately contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. "When did I say that I wanted to challenge Mu Rong? It wasn't you? Then who spread the news?" "They're obviously trying to harm you," Michelle said gravely. Everyone immediately thought of Feng Mo and the others, but it was impossible. There was no need for them to do such a thing and they would not benefit from it. The first person that Lu Yin thought of was none other than Hai Chi-Chi, who had always disliked him. He had a feeling that this brat would do anything when she went crazy, not just with her venomous tongue. "Brother Lu, news of your battle with Mu Rong has spread throughout the Sea King's dome, and even the location has been confirmed. It's halfway up the mountain near Half Willow Lakeside. The date will be in 2 days. Are you confident?" Xia Luo asked, his tone carrying a trace of amusement and anticipation. Lu Yin was helpless. This was not a matter of whether or not he was confident, but rather that he could not even leave. He did not waste time arguing with the crowd and instead shouted towards the sky, "Senior Sea King, this junior requests an audience." The entire Sea King's dome was enveloped by the Sea King's pressure. While the Sea King might not be watching everyone, Lu Yin was certain that he was being watched. Very quickly, the scene in front of him distorted as the Sea King's unimpressive face appeared. He looked at Lu Yin indifferently. "What is it?" Lu Yin respectfully asked. "Senior, do you know who spread the news that this junior is going to battle with Mu Rong?" The Sea King grunted. "Me." Lu Yin had thought that it was Hai Chi-Chi who had spread the news, but he had not expected the Sea King to be the culprit. He was stunned. Why? Chapter 465. The Sea King raised his head. "Do you know that you're ranked last among the 4? Lu Yin did not know this, But Big Pao and the others had probably been afraid that Lu Yin would challenge Mu Rong, which was why they had not told him. How can I, the Sea King's son-in-law, be ranked last? If there's a ranking, then it should be at the very front. So go ahead and you must win, the Sea King said heroically. Lu Yin was stunned. Aren't you afraid that I'll lose? The Sea King stared at Lu Yin. If you lose, then challenge me again. I'll have Mu Rong remain at the Sea King's dome, and he won't be allowed to break through. He can only leave after you win. Lu Yin was speechless. This was completely unreasonable. The monkey sighed. No wonder the seniors said that we can't provoke the master of the Starfall Sea. That old man is a scoundrel. The Sea King's lips curled up and he clasped his hands behind his back. Kid, I'll teach you something today. The universe is too big, so there are many things that people don't care about the process. They only care about the results. Even if you cheat and win against Mu Rong, the entire universe will know that you've won and Mu Rong has lost. It's that simple. This is public opinion and this is the prestige of the victor. You have my support, so even if you cheat and win, no one will dare to say anything. On the contrary, if you don't have my support, then even if you cheat and win, you'll be dragged out by the people behind Mu Rong and punished. This will change public opinion. This is power. The Sea King's gaze was solemn and he raised his hands and clenched them into fists. Power and truth are in the hands of a small group of people. These people can control public opinion and rewrite history. This is power. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the Sea King's principle. Power and truth sounded shameless, but it was the truth. History was written by the victors and no one cared about the victors' methods because no one dared to care. Of course, cheating is immoral and I won't let you cheat. If you want to win, then you can only rely on yourself. The Sea King's tone suddenly changed. He then looked at Lu Yin. 2 days from now I'll send you to Half Willow Lakeside. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Lu Yin frowned. I didn't say that I would accept the challenge. The Sea King was disdainful. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just telling you that you'll accept the challenge in 2 days. When he saw Lu Yin's unwilling expression, he laughed. If you can surpass me one day, then you can treat me the same way. I won't have any objections, ha. He was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. His face sank and he looked at Lu Yin with malicious intent. Kid, did you enjoy spending your money? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Money? What money? The Sea King snorted. I spent 35,000 star essence. As a Lamiter, you're really generous. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Senior, I only spent 15,000. Why is there an extra 20,000? Wasn't that Mavis girl with you? Yes, but that doesn't mean that you can count it on me. You came to the Sea King's dome to avoid being hunted down. These people see you as their leader, so who else would they look for if not you? In any case, if you win this battle, then everything will be fine. If you lose, then I'll lose face. You'll have to think of a way to get that money. The Sea King then left. Lu Yin stood in place and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had run into a powerful scoundrel, and even if he had a mouth full of logic, he wouldn't be able to say anything. His previous worries had come true, and the old scoundrel had placed Lulu's debt on Lu Yin. 7th bro, your father-in-law has quite the character, and that Hai Chi-Chi is even more so. I have a feeling that your days in the future will be very lively, the monkey said with a strange smile. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to fight, but that he wanted to fight when he had the confidence to win. He didn't want to bite the bullet. Although his physical body was strong, Mu Rong's fighting style obviously wouldn't allow him to fight head-on. Under these circumstances, if he didn't have a way to deal with Mu Rong, then even if he didn't lose, he wouldn't be able to win either. That would be meaningless. However, the Sea King's coercion had left him with no choice but to accept the challenge. As the other main character of this battle, Mu Rong didn't want to accept the challenge either. He wasn't interested in the rankings, and neither was he interested in fighting Lu Yin. However, when he found out that he couldn't leave the Sea King's dome if he didn't fight, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. At the same time, he also labeled the Sea King as a scoundrel. News of the battle between the two was officially confirmed by the Sea King's dome, and countless people from the Sea King's dome flocked to Half Willow Lakeside. Although most people believed that Lu Yin would lose, and that he would lose even more miserably than Ling Ke, Lu Yin was still one of the 4 strongest Lameters. His reputation alone was enough to attract countless people to watch the battle. One day later, Half Willow Lakeside, which was halfway up the mountain, was already packed with people. Many vendors had already started doing business. Michelle and the others had also arrived. Half Willow Lakeside was very large, and it was even larger than the place where Mu Rong and Ling Ke had fought. After that battle, many people had learned their lesson and distanced themselves as much as possible. Of course, there were also many who didn't care, as they believed that with Lu Yin's strength, he wouldn't be able to cause too much damage. Thus Mu Rong would defeat him very quickly. He's just asking to be humiliated. I wonder if the Sea King will still recognize Lu Yin as his future son-in-law after he's defeated. I don't think so. The Sea King has been invincible his entire life, and he won't allow any stains to appear on his reputation. Actually, with Lu Yin's strength, he's qualified to be with the princess. It's just a pity that he's fated to appear together with Mu Rong. Big Pao heard this and he nudged the person. Bro, I'll give you a light bulb. What for? The person was confused. Big Pao replied, you're much dimmer than I am. Rely on it to illuminate yourself. The person was stunned for a moment and he choked. He casually tossed the light bulb away and walked to the side. Coco looked at Big Pao in admiration. I didn't realize that Senior's words were so powerful before. Lulu nodded and glanced at Little Pao. Although they're brothers, there's still a big difference. Senior Little Pao is more proper and reliable. Little Pao heard this and walked over to Big Pao. I'll give you a light bulb. Scram. Big Pao was speechless. On the other side of Half Willow Lakeside, Northgate Lai had arrived. He had been in high spirits ever since he had come out from Northgate Taisui's training. He had wanted to challenge Qin Chen and enter the top 90 of the top 100 rankings, but the battle at the Sea King's Dome had completely overturned his understanding. Even a Lemeter could match someone in the top 80, and he did not even dare to show his face. Hey, isn't that Northgate Lai who's ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings? Someone nearby exclaimed, and Northgate Lai immediately became the center of attention. No, he's ranked 94th now. Che Han defeated Qin Chen, so his ranking will drop in the next round. It's not just 94th. With Mu Rong, Ling Ke and Lu Yin's strength, once they challenge someone on the top 100 rankings, he'll drop to 97th. If there are two more hidden experts like Che Han, he'll drop out of the top 100 rankings. Northgate Lai was furious when he heard this. He hadn't even dropped out of the rankings yet, but these bastards were already mocking him. He did not argue and instead changed locations to continue watching. Another person had changed locations at the same time as him. Qin Chen. Compared to Northgate Lai, Qin Chen was much more low-key and had covered his face, but Northgate Lai still recognized him. Qin Chen, I challenge you to a duel, Northgate Lai said solemnly. Qin Chen immediately rejected the challenge and then turned to leave. Northgate Lai hurriedly chased after him, as he was also worried about being kicked out of the top 100 rankings. It was better to enter the top 90 first. Many of the experts participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection had also arrived, including Sun Jiong. Sun Jiong's hatred for Lu Yin had already surpassed Night Queen Yanqing's, and when news of this battle had spread, he had even sought out Mu Rong to gift him a weapon that had been created using the Sun family's mechanism techniques. It was the same weapon that the short explorer had used to ambush Lu Yin. Sun Jiong had not been able to use it in time, so he had wanted to give it to Mu Rong so that Lu Yin would suffer a tragic defeat. Unfortunately, Mu Rong had rejected Sun Jiong's offer and refused to say a single word to him. This caused Sun Jiong to hate Mu Rong even more. However, compared to Lu Yin, Sun Jiong still hoped that Mu Rong would win in a clean and decisive manner. The Sea King's Dome's grand events were happening one after another, and many people from the Sea King's Dome were excited. At this moment, Lu Yin's expression was extremely solemn. There was already a video of the battle between Mu Rong and Ling Ke on the internet, but ordinary people could not see it. Lu Yin could only watch it with his honor points. Mu Rong's movement technique, the way he had neutralized Lu Yin's attack, his domain and his final move were all shocking. Ling Ke's innate gift, his soul-splitting battle technique, and his defensive techniques were equally shocking. It would not be strange for either of them to emerge victorious. What Lu Yin was most concerned about was Mu Rong's final move, the Farmer Boy's song that he had played. Was it a mind control attack or a forceful control attack? The moment the Farmer Boy's song was played, Ling Ke's 3 blades combined into one had been unable to be released. Lu Yin could not understand what was going on in the video and he would have to experience it for himself to understand. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If the farmer boy's song was really that powerful and was a mind control attack, then it might not be effective against Lu Yin himself. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures for so long, Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance had become extremely strong. There was still one day left and he used his honor points to search for videos of strange innate gifts on the internet. He wanted to understand as much as possible. One day later at the mountainside of the Sea King's Dome, Half Willow Lakeside was already packed with people. There were even more people that could not be seen, but this time the Sea King's Dome did not show the battle on a screen. This was just a competition between the younger generation, and it was not a grand event organized by the Sea King's Dome. However, those who were supposed to be here had already arrived. Even Faceless was hidden in the crowd as were Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian was undoubtedly looking forward to this battle, and he was very curious about Lu Yin's current strength. He had exchanged blows with Mu Rong before and he was well aware of how terrifying that person was. Now it was up to Lu Yin to see how far he could go. Ling Ke hid in a corner and looked at Mu Rong unwillingly. He wanted to challenge Mu Rong one more time and break through the farmer boy's song. When the sun shone down on the lakeside, it reflected the lake's sparkling surface. Mu Rong appeared on the west side of the lakeside with a calm expression, as if he did not care about the upcoming battle. On the east side of the lakeside, the void tore open and Lu Yin walked out. His appearance shocked the crowd. Half Willow Lakeside was also a place where the heavens were suppressed and battles were permitted there. Only powerhouses with power levels above 100,000 could tear open the void here, and Lu Yin obviously could not do so. In that case, the only person who could help him was the Sea King. Aside from the Sea King, no one else dared to destroy the void here, not even Almighty Enlighters. In other words, Lu Yin's participation in the battle had been approved and supported by the Sea King. Chapter 466. Countless spectators from the Sea King's Dome had complicated looks on their faces. They wanted to support Lu Yin as he was considered one of their own, but the chances of him winning were not high. Sun Jiong stared at Lu Yin with jealousy. This kind of treatment should have been his. As long as he became the Sea King's son-in-law, he would be able to tear through the void of the Sea King's Dome and travel through it as he pleased. Half Willow Lakeside was huge. One was in the west while the other was in the east. They were about 10 kilometers apart and normal people could not see the other side. Only cultivators could. When he saw Mu Rong's calm expression, Lu Yin did not know if the man was looking down on him or if he did not care about this battle at all. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and then he charged towards the center of the lake under everyone's watchful eyes. Across from him, Mu Rong also moved towards the center of the lake. The two approached each other at extreme speeds, and their star energy soon affected each other. The lake water was pushed aside by their star energy, and Lu Yin raised a hand to send a sky beast claw crashing down. Mu Rong casually dodged it and with a light step he appeared in front of Lu Yin. He extended his wooden flute and pointed it at Lu Yin's chest. Lu Yin reached out to grab it. He was confident that with his strength, it would be very difficult for Mu Rong to snatch the flute back once he grabbed it. However, Mu Rong seemed to sense danger, as he was well aware of Lu Yin's terrifying physical strength. Even so, Mu Rong still dared to engage in close combat, which only proved that he was confident in his battle technique. Mu Rong easily dodged Lu Yin's palm once more and appeared behind him. He spun his wooden flute and viciously struck Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin was not slow either as he fused his flash with the invisible aura technique, causing his movements to be silent. He did not even release any star energy which surprised Mu Rong. At the center of the lake, the two of them attacked each other at extreme speeds while also dodging each other's attacks. Countless afterimages appeared and disappeared around Half Willow Lakeside, and as more and more afterimages appeared, the two of them were so fast that they distorted the air and caused the entire lake to boil. After exchanging so many blows, neither of them managed to touch the other at all. Countless spectators gaped as they could not even see the battle clearly. Regardless of whether it was Mu Rong's battle with Zhang Dingtian or Ling Ke, he had always been the strongest when it came to movement techniques, and he had been able to easily dissolve his opponent's attacks. Ling Ke had once mentioned that his movement technique was called Floating Wanderer, and it was comparable to a lock-breaking technique. Mu Rong was the best when it came to dodging and dispersing attacks. As for Mu Rong, he had his domain in flash step, so he was not afraid of anyone when it came to movement techniques. The two of them moved faster and faster, and a trace of surprise flashed through Mu Rong's eyes. He knew that Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, but even lockbreakers rarely had this kind of movement technique. Mu Rong could understand why Lu Yin could dissolve his star energy attack since he was a genius lockbreaker, but he was surprised that Lu Yin could keep up with his speed. However, the floating glide art hadn't reached its limit yet. Mu Rong's interest was piqued and he increased his speed once more. Even with Lu Yin's eyesight, he couldn't see him anymore. It wasn't just Lu Yin. Even Northgate Lai, Qin Chen and Qing Wu found it difficult to clearly see Mu Rong's current speed. Mu Rong's speed had surpassed what it had been in the past, and he was fully utilizing the floating glide art. Ling Ke felt bitter. It turned out that this bastard had not revealed his full strength in their previous battle. However, there was no need for that, as no matter how fast Mu Rong was, he would not be faster than Ling Ke's mighty slash piercing through the void. Mu Rong had already completely disappeared from the lake as he was simply too fast. Many gasped as Lu Yin was in danger. Lu Yin was shocked as he could actually move even faster. Interesting. He did not hesitate to transfer the fates and from his heart to the inner layer of his clothes. This way he would not expose himself, but he would also release his physical strength. In an instant, just as the wooden flute was about to attack him, a powerful shockwave erupted and swept out in all directions. It blasted Mu Rong away, and the powerful pressure caused the countless spectators around the lakeside to hold their breaths. Huge waves rose up from the lakeside and surged into the sky, causing the surrounding void to become unstable. This was the physical strength that Lu Yin had revealed when he had unsealed his first grain of Fatesun. He had broken through the Sun family's mechanism technique on the Skyfall Cascade and forced Faceless to retreat. Now he had appeared once again, and this time it was reflected in his speed. Flash step was a movement technique that relied on one's physical body as a foundation. The stronger one's physical body was, the faster one's flash step would be. This was the first time that Lu Yin had truly understood this point from the Sandmaster's teachings. In theory, as long as one's physical body continued to grow stronger, there would be no upper limit to flash step's speed. Lu Yin had even fantasized about the day when his speed would surpass that of time. Lu Yin and Mu Rong could no longer be seen from Half Willow Lakeside. The two were simply too fast, to the point that even explorers could not see them clearly. Just based on this speed alone, the two of them had completely surpassed their peers. Everyone was speechless, as they had not thought that Lu Yin would be able to last much longer. They had not expected him to be so fast. Speaking of which, how were they supposed to watch if he was so fast? This was completely unreasonable. Michelle and the rest were equally shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to be so fast. Furthermore, the pressure that he brought about made it difficult for them to breathe. When had the gap between them become so great? Xia Luo's eyes lit up, and he had a look of admiration on his face. Lulu was envious. If she had this kind of speed, she would have been able to beat up Grand Aini. In the distance, Haidashao watched seriously. For a Lammeter to be able to reach this level, this Lu Yin was quite capable. There were not many people in the entire universe who could do this. It was no wonder that Star Sibyl had specifically asked him that question. He was definitely qualified. There was a loud bang that shook everyone. They looked towards the lake and saw that the lake water had already been expelled. In the center of the lake, Lu Yin and Mu Rong stood facing each other. Beneath their feet was a huge crater with countless cracks spreading out in all directions. The lake water flowed into the cracks, but no one knew where it led to. This was the first time the two had collided since the start of their battle. Judging from the traces left behind, Lu Yin had not retreated a single step, while Mu Rong had been forced back 5 steps. It was obvious who had the upper hand. No one was surprised by this result, as Mu Rong was indeed inferior to Lu Yin in terms of physical strength. Lu Yin could use 30 stacks, which required a terrifying physical body. Not many explorers could do this, let alone Lammeters. Mu Rong could use 30 stacks, which made him one of the top experts of the Greyweed continent's younger generation. Mu Rong's true strength lay in his domain, his force field, and that mysterious farmer boy's song. Mu Rong's expression was no longer as calm as it had been before the battle, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Your physical body is really strong." Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Let's try again. Mu Rong shook his head. There's no need for that. It's not my style to use my weakness to counter my opponent's strength. Although I don't care if I win or lose this battle, since it's a battle, I'll give it my all. You have the qualifications to make me give it my all. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake water began to flow back. Lush green grass began to grow from the bottom of the lake to the shores of Half-Willow Lakeside. In an instant, Lu Yin's domain collapsed. His domain was too weak and it was immediately crushed. He had experienced this feeling more than once before, and the one that had left the deepest impression on him was the space with the golden sea. When he had fought against the war spirit with its eyes closed, his domain had also been crushed as soon as it had appeared. It had felt like the sky had collapsed, and now he was experiencing the same feeling again. Without his domain, his perception of his surroundings had become much weaker. What was worse was that he had fallen into Mu Rong's force field while the image of the shepherd boy herding cows hovered above his head. Everyone held their breaths. Here it comes. Mu Rong's force field proved that he was serious. Zhang Dingtian's expression turned serious, as he had been defeated by Mu Rong's force field. The entire force field had suppressed him, and it had felt like he was being rejected by the space around him. Even the heavens and earth were being suppressed, and that irresistible strength was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Ling Kei's expression also turned serious, as he had only been able to block Mu Rong's force field after using his soul-splitting technique to its limit of 3. No one knew better than him just how terrifying that attack had been. To a Lemeter, it was like the sky had collapsed. Lu Yin had experienced the feeling of the heavens and earth collapsing as the shepherd boy charged at him. Under Mu Rong's force field, no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He had to endure this attack and there was no way to avoid it. But did he need to dodge it? Lu Yin looked up. He had never considered how to block Mu Rong's force field during his battle with him, as there was no need for it. He could take it head-on, and this was his confidence in his physical strength. No Lemeter could suppress his physical body, not even Xianxia, who was rumored to have the innate gift of the stars. Boom! The heavens and earth collided, and the air was torn apart into thunderous streaks that swept through the surroundings. The entire Half-Willow Lakeside was shattered, and all of the lake water splashed out in all directions. What followed was an enormous pressure that caused many of the people nearby to cough up blood. Even the Lemeters were affected, and some of the explorers couldn't help but retreat in order to counteract the pressure. Michelle and the others weren't too close, but they weren't too far away either. They also felt the same pressure. Was this the pressure that a battle between two Lemeters could produce? Even though they had already experienced it 2 days ago, they were still shocked to experience it again. The entire space was like a compressed balloon that exploded at the moment of collision, forming visible shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The scene was even more spectacular than the one from 2 days ago. Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed, and beside him was Hai Chichi. She had also just arrived and was just in time to witness this scene. She covered her mouth in shock. Was this a battle between Lemeters? Because the battle had taken place on the lake, the collision of star energy had created a high temperature that caused the lake water to evaporate and form a white mist. When the mist dissipated, everyone stared at the lake, and the first person they saw was Mu Rong. Many people noticed the look in Mu Rong's eyes, which were filled with shock and astonishment. Could it be? Everyone looked at the spot where Lu Yin had been standing. At this moment, that spot had been transformed into a giant crater, and no one knew how deep it was. Perhaps it had penetrated deep into the mountain, and only the palm-sized ground remained standing like a wooden pole. This piece of ground had been protected by Lu Yin's power and had not been destroyed. Lu Yin was standing there, calmly looking at Mu Rong. Everyone gasped. 2 days ago, Ling Kei had not been able to withstand this attack so easily. They remembered that most of Ling Kei's clothes had been torn apart, but what about Lu Yin? There wasn't even a speck of dust on Lu Yin's body. Ling Kei took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Was this person's physical body that strong? His body was still in pain after taking that attack head-on. Was the difference in their physical bodies really that great? It wasn't just Ling Kei, even Mu Rong himself was shocked. Lu Yin slowly rose into the air as his battle force dissipated. He had not used his fates and had truly relied on his own physical body to withstand the attack. Mu Rong's attack had been very powerful, and it had even surpassed the power of an ordinary cruiser. In terms of power level, Mu Rong's attack had been around 70,000, but it had still not been enough to break through Lu Yin's physical defenses. Chapter 467. Lu Yin's current physical strength was like that of a war spirit with its eyes closed. The moment it opened its eyes, the world would lose its color and the sun and moon would lose their light. His physical body was similarly suppressed, and once the seal was unsealed he would reach his limit. He had only unsealed 1 grain of Fatesin. Lu Yin did not know how strong Lan Si had been when he was a Lemeter, but he was certain that Lan Si had not surpassed him. Lan Si's record was 30 stacks, but Lu Yin did not care if Lan Si had reached 50 stacks. He believed that once he unsealed all 3 grains of Fatesin he would definitely be able to surpass 50 stacks. The overlaying stacks path became more difficult the further one progressed, and it was not as simple as adding 20 stacks. When Lu Yin had defeated Night Queen Yanqing during the Astral Combat Tournament, he had only used 9 stacks. "Your physical strength has exceeded my expectations," Mu Rong said in shock as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. "It's good that you're not disappointed. Next it's my turn to attack." Many people found it strange. Why was Lu Yin acting exactly like Ling Ke? After blocking an attack he was about to counterattack. Unfortunately, Ling Ke had been defeated by the shepherd boy's song. Would Lu Yin suffer the same fate? Mu Rong shook his head. "I won't wait for you to attack. You're not trying to block my attack, but there's no way to avoid it." Lu Yin nodded. "You're right, but I don't like to passively take a beating. You can think of ways to defend yourself. Give it a try." He then charged towards Mu Rong, the giant emperor's third eye appearing in his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that Mu Rong's force field had yet to recover, Lu Yin filled his eyes with star energy and instantly reached the level where he could use the secret sidestep. Mu Rong's shepherd boy's song could bring out his force field, but it needed time to do so. Lu Yin estimated that it would take around 3 seconds, which was the best time for him to attack. To reach the level where he could use the secret sidestep he needed to meet 3 conditions. Sirius, a domain, both eyes filled with star energy, and a lock-breaking tool. Due to the Sea King's presence, Lu Yin did not dare to use the Sirius technique. Similarly, due to the Sea King's presence, the moment his eyes filled with star energy, he would bleed from his orifices due to the enormous amount of rune lines. However, as long as he had enough time he could give it a try. The moment his eyes were filled with star energy, a terrifying amount of rune lines appeared in his eyes, and scarlet blood flowed from his eyes. At that moment he arrived right in front of Mu Rong and struck out with a 30 stacks 50-fold shockwave palm. Mu Rong retreated as he stared at Lu Yin. This person should know that he couldn't reach him with his speed alone, so why was he still coming? And why was he still bleeding from his eyes? Suddenly Mu Rong felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin had disappeared from in front of him and reappeared behind him. This wasn't speed but rather an even more advanced movement technique. Mu Rong had seen it before. It was a supreme technique that lockbreakers revered. Secret sidestep. Damn, this person can use secret sidestep. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm landed squarely on Mu Rong's body, ruthlessly pushing him into the ground. At the same time, Lu Yin's 30 stacks exploded, and the continuous shockwaves transformed into visible white ripples that spread outwards. Mu Rong spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was pushed to the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin hurriedly retracted the star energy from his eyes and wiped the corners of his eyes. Sure enough, they were bleeding. Seeing rune lines wasn't a good thing as it was easy to be injured by the backlash. At this moment, Half Willow Lakeside was completely silent as everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. He had just hit Mu Rong. This was the first time that Mu Rong had been hit by Lu Yin, and it had even been with 30 stacks. Wasn't Mu Rong supposed to restrain Lu Yin? What was going on? Most people couldn't understand what was going on, but there were a few who saw it and the shock in their eyes was indescribable. Secret sidestep. It's actually the secret sidestep. Ling Ke was stunned. The secret sidestep wasn't about speed, but rather a supreme evasion technique. It was a top-notch technique that lockbreakers wanted to comprehend in order to avoid the dangers of lockbreaking. To be able to avoid the dangers of lockbreaking which couldn't be seen, showed just how powerful the secret sidestep was. Northgate Lai, Qin Chen, Qing Wu and the rest were all shocked. The current meters were simply too monstrous. Michelle and the rest had not expected Lu Yin to know the secret sidestep. Only those who had participated in Shenwu Continent's trial and the lock-breaking event on the Savage Ape planet were aware of his secret sidestep. Even if those people were to announce it publicly, they wouldn't be able to spread it throughout the entire universe, as they didn't have the status to do so. Thus, Lu Yin's display of the secret sidestep was extremely shocking. Even Haidashao was shocked. Even in the entire Lockbreaker Society, there were only a few people who could use the secret sidestep. There were also lockbreakers in the Sea King's Dome, and the average person's knowledge of the secret sidestep was far inferior to that of a lockbreaker. At this moment, Lu Yin's status was rapidly rising in the eyes of these lockbreakers, and they were certain that there would be a place for him in the Lockbreaker Society in the future. Most people didn't understand the secret sidestep, and they were more concerned about Mu Rong's situation. Mu Rong hadn't been hit head-on since the start of the battle, and even the K's mighty slash had only caused a flesh wound. His endurance was still unknown. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the lake was gradually submerging the area where Mu Rong had fallen. He wanted to fill his eyes with star energy to see how many rune lines Mu Rong had left, but he didn't. There wasn't much point in looking as he didn't believe that Mu Rong would be defeated just like that. This battle would continue, but if Mu Rong had been hit, then even if he wasn't severely injured he wouldn't be doing much better. Up until now, Lu Yin's performance had already surpassed Ling K's. This was because Ling Ke hadn't been able to cause much damage to Mu Rong. At most, Mu Rong's skin had been scraped, while Lu Yin had taken a direct hit. Of course, this didn't mean that Ling Ke was inferior to Lu Yin. It was just that their battle styles were different and the results were different. The lake gradually rose, completely submerging the area where Mu Rong had fallen. Everyone stared, but Mu Rong still hadn't appeared. Was his endurance that weak? That made sense, as who could easily withstand an attack from 30 stacks? That was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and even a normal cruiser would find it difficult to completely withstand it. Many people gradually began to overlook 30 stacks, as even if overlaying stacks were fierce, if they couldn't hit their target, then the result would be completely different. Lan Yu's eyes flickered. Mu Rong has been defeated. The might of 30 stacks isn't something that someone with a weak physical body can withstand. To the side, Zhang Dingtian had a different opinion. He had been knocked out of the arena by Mu Rong's flute, and in that instant he had experienced something extraordinary. Although Mu Rong's physical strength couldn't compare to Lu Yin's or Lan Yu's, he was definitely not weak. The next moment, green grass began to grow on the surface of Half Willow Lakeside, and the same scene repeated itself. Mu Rong's force field appeared once more, and this time not only was there a picture of a shepherd boy herding cows, but there was also a melodious shepherd boy's song. A shepherd boy's song, lingering among the green grass. This was a dreamlike scene that no one could break. Everyone was enveloped in the shepherd boy's song, and their bodies and minds experienced another sensation. This was Ling Ke's second time experiencing the shepherd boy's song, and it was still as shocking as ever. His 3 blades as one had been defeated by this melodious tune. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Sure enough, it wasn't over yet. The shepherd boy's song had finally appeared, and Lu Yin's greatest fear of Mu Rong was this shepherd boy's song. Without it, Lu Yin was 100% certain that he could defeat Mu Rong. After all, Mu Rong's physical body was too powerful. However, the shepherd boy's song's attack style was very strange, and it was the only way that Mu Rong could possibly win. Even so, he still had to face it. At the bottom of the lake, Mu Rong slowly walked out, and the water parted on its own, allowing everyone to see him. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters, and there was dark red blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and he slowly walked out of the lake while playing his wooden flute. There was a deep palm print on his chest, and it was obvious that he had been severely injured. Lu Yin landed on the surface of the lake and listened to the shepherd boy's song. His star energy had been suppressed and his body could not move. The shepherd boy's song was not a spiritual force attack, but rather a direct manipulation of the human body. This was Mu Rong's innate gift, and it was a terrifying innate gift. This was the reason why Mu Rong had been recognized as an unequaled limiter by the 10 arbiters. Only those who surpassed Mu Rong by too much could break free from this innate gift. Otherwise, they could only be manipulated, and there was no one in the same realm who could surpass Mu Rong by too much. In other words, the moment the shepherd boy's song played, Lu Yin had won. Outsiders could not understand this, and Ling Ke had not publicized it either. Thus, no one could understand how terrifying the shepherd boy's song was. At this moment, only Lu Yin could experience it. Lu Yin stared at Mu Rong in shock. Mu Rong actually had such an innate gift, which allowed him to directly manipulate the human body. It was too terrifying. Gradually, Lu Yin's star energy dissipated as the shepherd boy's song dispersed it, reducing him to a pitiful cultivator who had exhausted all his star energy. At this moment, Lu Yin could not use anything other than his physical strength because he had no more star energy. Ling Ke's eyelids twitched. As expected, Lu Yin could not block the shepherd boy's song. This innate gift was truly terrifying. In the video of Mu Rong and Ling Ke's battle, Ling Ke's mighty slash was the first to disappear, followed by Ling Ke's clone. At that time, Ling Ke had decisively admitted defeat, but Mu Rong did not immediately attack, which meant that he was giving Lu Yin a chance to admit defeat. He had not sealed Lu Yin's ability to speak. What a terrifying innate gift. No wonder you're an unequaled Limiter, Lu Yin praised. Mu Rong played his wooden flute and looked at Lu Yin. You want me to admit defeat? Lu Yin asked, but then he shook his head. But I want to try and see if I can break through this unstoppable power. As he spoke, Mu Rong's melody rose sharply, and Lu Yin suddenly raised his left hand to slap his own head. Everyone was stunned. Suicide? Lu Yin's eyes went wide as he unsealed the fates and in his left arm and fused with the fates and in his heart. The next moment his physical strength erupted, shaking the void as visible ripples spread out. Even from far away the crowd could feel Lu Yin's strength at this moment. His strength was on the verge of erupting, and even Half-Willow Lakeside could not withstand it, causing it to crack open. The void had been suppressed and only powerhouses with power levels over 100,000 could destroy the void and create cracks. But at this moment, Lu Yin's physical strength was causing the void to become unstable and distort. At this moment not only were Hai Dashao and the rest shocked, but even the Sea King who had been observing all this while was astonished. A mere Limiter could actually explode with such powerful physical strength. When Lu Yin had faced that war spirit with its eyes closed, the moment it had opened its eyes, he had felt an irresistible suppression. At that time, Lu Yin's strength had not been inferior to Mu Rong's, and he had only lacked an innate gift similar to the shepherd boy's song. In other words, even with its eyes open, the war spirit could still suppress Mu Rong. This was an extreme gap. Chapter 468. Lu Yin could now do the same thing. He was already comparable to that war spirit, and with Mr. Mu's help, his physical strength had increased to the point where he needed to pay a price to restrain it. He was the same as that war spirit when it closed its eyes. Lu Yin was already on the same level as that war spirit and had reached the pinnacle of a certain aspect. Mu Rong, on the other hand, had yet to reach that level. The farmer boy's song came to an abrupt end as Lu Yin's left arm stopped a centimeter away from his head. He had used his powerful physical strength to directly negate the control that the song had over him. He looked up at Mu Rong and saw a puzzled look on his face. This was the first time Mu Rong had shown such an expression. Mu Rong could not hide the shock in his heart. The moment he had broken free from the farmer boy's song, he knew that he had lost. The shock that Lu Yin had given him was too intense. He had only felt this kind of shock from the 10 arbiters before. Back then many people had said that Lu Yin's strength was comparable to the 10 arbiters when they were Limiters. But Mu Rong had disdained them because he knew how terrifying the 10 arbiters were. They were 10 monsters that could not be imagined by the average person. Their strength could topple a cultivator's understanding, and even with the farmer boy's song he did not dare to compare himself to the 10 arbiters. This was also why he had looked down on Lu Yin, as Lu Yin was too much like Xianxia. He had been called a 10 arbiters candidate during the astral combat tournament, and after the tournament of the strongest he had been like the sun at noon. 30 stacks had made him the most dazzling candidate, but from Mu Rong's point of view, this person did not understand the 10 arbiters' strength and was just a clown. But now Mu Rong truly understood that this person was not a clown but a true powerhouse. There were very, very few people in the universe who could rival the 10 arbiters. He was truly invincible within the same realm, and Mu Rong was certain that not even Xianxia would be a match for this person. This person's strength within the Lemaitre realm was unfathomable. Lu Yin had allowed Mu Rong to witness the birth of a new monster. He had been recognized as an invincible Lemaitre by the 10 arbiters, which represented the 10 arbiters' foresight. Lu Yin had surpassed their foresight and reached the same level as the 10 arbiters when they were Lemaitres. If he had met Mu Rong before entering the space with the Golden Sea, then he would have definitely been defeated. The universe was truly vast and there were all sorts of geniuses. Now that he had defeated Mu Rong, he could truly be considered to be standing at the peak of the Lemaitre realm. However, he secretly warned himself that he could not be careless, as this was only a Lemaitre. His opponents were the 10 arbiters and they were monsters whose bottom lines could not be ascertained. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Half Willow Lakeside was completely silent. Not long after, a voice rang out, "I admit defeat." This was Mu Rong's voice. The moment his voice fell, the wooden flute cracked and then disappeared. Countless people were shocked, but they soon cheered. Before the battle, no one had been optimistic about Lu Yin's chances. Because of this, when Lu Yin won, the cheers were even louder. Furthermore, Lu Yin was the future son-in-law of the Sea King's Dome, which meant that he was half a family member. This made everyone in the Sea King's Dome feel honored, as the Sea King's Dome was the strongest. Lu Yin quietly placed the fates and back between his left arm and his heart. His physical strength was rapidly weakening. The only variable in this battle had been the farmer boy's song. If that song had been ineffective against Lu Yin, then Mu Rong would not have been able to retaliate. Lu Yin had not even used his fates and... Of course, it did not make much of a difference as his fates and could not block the innate gift of the farmer boy's song. In the distance, Ling Ke sighed and felt rather disappointed. He had thought that the farmer boy's song had been a foregone conclusion, but he had never imagined that Lu Yin would be so abnormal. How had he cultivated such power? What the hell? Qing Wu, Northgate Lai and the others left. They were afraid that Lu Yin would see them and challenge them. That would be bad, as being knocked off the top 100 rankings by a Lemaitre would be very embarrassing. Michelle and the others looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Was the gap between them really that great? They had thought that they would be able to see his back, but after this battle, they were certain that they would not even be able to see his back. Xia Luo smiled and he looked at Lu Yin with a hint of excitement and battle intent. In the distance, Hai Dashao retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought. Lu Yin had actually cultivated his physical body to such a powerful level. Once he broke through to the Explorer realm, he would be able to enter the top 50 of the top 100 rankings or even higher. This person was a true 10 arbiters candidate, and even Hai Dashao had to admit that this person had the potential to challenge the top 10 in the future. Second brother, I have a serious question for you. Hai Chichi looked at Hai Dashao seriously. Hai Dashao nodded as he knew that Hai Chichi had been moved by this battle. Ask away. Have you guys ever worried about domestic violence? Hai Chichi asked. This one question caused Hai Dashao's thoughts to become chaotic. He waved his hand and tore through the void to leave, not knowing how to communicate with Hai Chichi. Hai Chichi gritted her teeth. Did I ask the wrong question? If you really marry me off to that violent maniac, what if I get beaten up by him? She then chased after Hai Dashao. After this battle, Half Willow Lakeside was basically crippled. Mu Rong left, but he was not as dejected as Ling Ke had been when he had been defeated. Although he was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, he quickly calmed down. To him, the outcome of this battle was not important. He had already displayed his strength a few days ago and that was enough. Lu Yin stretched lazily. He had won and that old fogey the Sea King would be happy. Lu Yin did not need to carry a debt of over 30,000 star essence, which was not bad at all. Not too far away, Zhang Dingtian slowly walked over. Lu Yin turned around and looked at him. You dash. He only managed to say one word before the scene in front of him changed and he returned to the waterfall. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior Sea King, please allow this junior to chat with that person. Properly comprehend this battle. How could you have won if your physical strength had not reached the peak? The Sea King's voice rang out. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he sighed. If he wanted to chat with Zhang Dingtian, he would have to wait until later. At Half Willow Lakeside, Zhang Dingtian looked at the empty space in front of him and then silently turned to leave. The entire Sea King's Dome was talking about the battle between Lu Yin and Mu Rong. As for the rankings of the 4 participants, Lu Yin had taken first place, while Ling Ke had taken fourth place. This made Ling Ke very unhappy as he admitted that he could not defeat Lu Yin or Mu Rong. However, he could not accept the fact that Yi Xingqian was ranked above him. Yi Xingqian had roamed the cosmic sea as a limiter, which was indeed admirable, but no one believed that he had relied on his own strength to do so. That was impossible, as even a hunter would not be able to roam the cosmic sea alone. Yi Xingqian must have used some method, and in terms of true strength, Ling Ke really wanted to fight him. This battle quickly spread from the Sea King's dome, and as time passed, more and more people learned about it. However, it would still take some time for the news to spread throughout the universe. After all, this was not the astral combat tournament that was broadcasted across the entire universe. However, the 10 arbiters would definitely be the first to learn about this battle. Somewhere in the Innerverse, when Xianxia read the news from the Starfall Sea and laughed heartily. He had always maintained his composure and rarely acted like this, but Lu Yin's victory over Mu Rong made him very happy. Mu Rong was that guy's subordinate, and the 10 arbiters often recruited powerhouses with innate gifts for their own use. However, as long as one was a limiter, they could not avoid being compared to Mu Rong. In terms of limiters, all 9 of them were inferior to that guy. It was precisely because of Mu Rong that when Xianxia had asked Mira to leak information about Mu Rong to Lu Yin in the hopes that Lu Yin would one day defeat Mu Rong. Regardless of whether Lu Yin was on his side or not, as long as Lu Yin defeated Mu Rong, they would be able to hold their heads high and no longer be suppressed by that guy. Of course, this was just a battle of loyalty and it did not affect the overall situation. However, anyone who had been suppressed for so many years would want to rebel, and now Mu Rong had finally been defeated. Mira, report this good news to the 10 Arbiters Council. When Xianxia was very happy. On the screen Mira smiled and nodded. Yes, Arbiter Wen. Not long after, a video of Mu Rong being defeated by Lu Yin appeared on the 10 Arbiters Council's network. This video caused a huge commotion, and it was sent directly to the Day-Night clan, Lingling clan and other powerful clans through the 10 Arbiters Council's interface. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned as she stared at the video in a daze. It was as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. How did this happen? The difference is so huge. She was currently in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, and in front of her was a Night King elder. Not far away, a figure stood like an iron tower. If Lu Yin was here, he would have been shocked to discover that this person was Zhanlong Day-Night, who should have been trapped on the Shenwu continent. In the erudite flow zone, the Wen family quickly saw the video as well. The younger generation had only seen the battle between the strongest limiters, but the larger clans had seen something different. They had seen a whole new level of competition. When the 10 arbiters retreated behind the scenes, the younger generation would be led by the next generation. The battle between Lu Yin and Mu Rong seemed to foreshadow the second level of competition between the younger generation. Qian, now you know that there's always someone better than you. Uncle Qian wants to experience the strongest limiter strength and break through to the explorer realm after that. Otherwise Qian won't be satisfied. That won't be easy. How about this? Why don't you ask your cousin to take you to the 10 Arbiters Council and fight with Mu Rong? No, if I want to experience it, then I want to experience the strongest. I want to fight with Lu Yin. On a certain planet, countless broken swords were stabbed into the ground. In the distance there was a sword peak that pierced through the clouds. Lu Xiaoqiu stood below it and watched the video with shock in his eyes. Lu Yin had already surpassed him by so much. Lu Xiaoqiu turned off the screen and looked up with a resolute gaze. He would not forget his promise to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. He would not be any weaker than Lu Yin, and he would use this sword peak that had once trained his eldest senior sister to transform himself. The sword sect would always be the strongest. Somewhere in the outerverse, Shiyu also watched the video and looked up with a complicated expression. Perhaps this person could help them. Somewhere in the innerverse, a man closed his eyes. It's getting closer and closer. A few days after the battle at Half Willow Lakeside, Michelle and the rest left, leaving behind Big Pow and Little Pow. The two could only stay at the Sea King's dome for the time being, unless they could confirm that the Bo Duo and Feng Mo would not cause trouble for them. However, that possibility was very small. Faceless also left the Sea King's dome. After the battle at Half Willow Lakeside, he felt that he had underestimated Lu Yin. This person's status within the clan might be higher than he had imagined, as he had defeated Mu Rong without even using death energy. This level of strength was not simple, and only that person in the entire Neo-Human Alliance could match up to Lu Yin. Unfortunately, he could no longer speak to Faceless, as he could not report the deaths of the Bo duo or Feng Mo's escape. Thank you Su Taiju K Lien and all the other brothers for your tips. The third update will be posted at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 469. Starsibyl had also watched the battle and Lu Yin's answer kept appearing in her mind. She did not know what his answer was, but she felt that she needed to return to her sect. Lu Yin, Mu Rong, and the others represented a certain stage of the younger generation. Once the 10 arbiters left the younger generation, the top 10 of the top 100 rankings would be about done, and Lu Yin's generation would take their place. Lu Yin was clearly at the top of this stage and his answer was very important. Hai Chichi held back for a few days but she finally came to find Lu Yin. Hey, what's the use of that farmer boy's song? This was what Hai Chichi was most curious about. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at her. Controlling people. If it's that powerful then why weren't you controlled? Hai Chichi's eyes widened as she blinked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Because I'm powerful. Hai Chichi fell into deep thought and then looked at Lu Yin. After a while she asked, do you think that cultivators are more prone to domestic violence? Lu Yin was speechless. The monkey sighed. 7th bro, I suddenly feel that Ming Yen is more suitable for you. You're just trying to ride her coattails so there's no need to sacrifice yourself. Let's find someone else. With your looks there's bound to be someone blind who'll fall for you. At that moment Lu Yin's gadget beeped and he tapped it open. Lillian was on the screen. Congratulations brother Lu. You've truly become the strongest Lemiter, Lillian said with a smile. Lu Yin humbly replied. Hai Chichi leaned over. Who's that? It's none of your business, Lu Yin snapped. Hai Chichi snorted. I'll tell father that you have a mistress. Lu Yin was stunned and so was Lillian. She was clearly stunned. Hai Chichi giggled. I'm just kidding. I've never planned on marrying you. It's even better that you have someone you like. I'll have Imperial Father grant you your wish. After saying that, she waved at Lillian and left happily. Lillian only regained her senses after Hai Chichi had left. This was the first time in her life that she had met someone like Hai Chichi and she clearly could not handle it. A single sentence from Hai Chichi had caused the atmosphere to change. My apologies, Miss Anu. That girl is a little. Lu Yin did not know what to say. In any case, Hai Chichi's thoughts were jumpy and she did not walk the path. Lillian smiled. That must be the Sea King's daughter. Lu Yin nodded helplessly. Lillian smiled. She's a very straightforward girl. Brother Lu, you have to grab hold of her. Being able to marry the Sea King's daughter is the dream of countless people, and she's also so beautiful. Lu Yin did not know where Lillian had seen Hai Chichi from. Was she pretty? This woman was definitely trying to flatter him. Although she had an intellectual beauty and didn't seem like someone who knew how to flatter others, Lu Yin had not forgotten what had happened during their trip to the Northline flow zone. This woman had always been good at flattering others without even realizing it. This time she was definitely trying to flatter the Sea King. Missin, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Lillian's expression turned serious. Brother Lu, do you know what happened in Frostwave Weave? Frostwave Weave? What is it? Lillian frowned. You don't know? The Beast Tamers Flow Zone's second grade hall has declared war on Frostwave Weave, and their target is the Great Yu Empire. I've heard that the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons have already sent several captains to the border, including the Hunter, the Blind Monk. Lu Yin's expression changed as he really did not know. How do you know, Miss Anu? It seems like Brother Lu really doesn't know. Alright, I'll tell you then. This matter is no longer a secret among many of the great clans in the universe. Lillian paused for a moment before continuing in a serious tone. In the astral wilderness, someone discovered an extremely compressed substance called pyrolite. It has immense destructive power, and just 1 gram can produce a destructive power level of over 10,000. It's considered a strategic resource, and the discovery of large quantities of this pyrolite has the potential to change the structure of the universe. Thus, Many powers in the universe have sent people to explore the astral wilderness. Currently, the location where most pyrolite has been discovered is closest to North Castle Weave. North Castle Weave is one of the outerverse's closest weaves to the astral wilderness, and it's also a neighboring weave to the north of Frostwave Weave. Brother Lu, do you understand now? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So you're saying that the various great powers have sent people into North Castle Weave, and that the second Great Hall wants to encroach on Frostwave Weave? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I know that the second Great Hall has launched an attack on Frostwave Weave. When I found out about this, I immediately contacted you. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Thank you for informing me, Miss N. I understand. Lillian knew that Lu Yin wanted to contact the Great Yu Empire, so she didn't say anything else and quickly ended the call. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he immediately contacted Xianxia. Xianxia's image quickly appeared on the screen in front of him. Uncle Hua, do you have anything to tell me? Lu Yin asked, suppressing his anger. Xianxia was astonished. Something? Nothing. The second Great Hall is attacking Frostwave Weave. Is Uncle Hua trying to hide this from me? Or am I no longer the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin asked sternly. He was truly furious and he felt like he had been deceived. Xianxia asked, where did you hear such rumors, Royal Regent? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Rumors? Xianxia nodded. Some time ago, experts from the Second Great Hall were hunting down survivors of the Great Sword Dynasty in North Castle Weave. They fought with Captain Shalosh and were forced to retreat. Thus, the Second Great Hall sent experts over to take revenge, but that's all. There's no such thing as attacking Frostwave Weave. What about the blind monk? Why did he go to the border? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia smiled. He was worried that the Second Great Hall's commander would personally take action. After all, a hunter isn't someone that Captain Shalosh and the others can handle. Rest assured, Royal Regent. The Great Yu Empire isn't weak and we've already reported this matter to the 5th Princess, Her Highness Wendy Yushan. She told us not to disturb you. Lu Yin sighed. It seemed that Xianxia and the others weren't intentionally hiding this from him. They just didn't know the severity of the situation. Lu Yin had told Xianxia and the others not to contact him unless it was something important, but Xianxia had classified this matter as revenge and not war. The Great Yu Empire definitely didn't know about pyrolite and thought that the Second Great Hall's appearance in North Castle Weave was just an accident. The other great powers had sealed off this information, and the Great Sword Dynasty survivor probably didn't know about it either. Most of the outerverse powers had been kept in the dark, and only the innerverse great powers knew about it. Fortunately, Lu Yin knew about it. Otherwise, if the Second Great Hall coveted Frostwave Weave's geographical location and launched a surprise attack, the Great Yu Empire would be in grave danger. Uncle Hua, pass down my orders. The Great Yu Empire is to stop all foreign wars and the fleet is to gather in the north. Captain Rocky Anna of the 9th Imperial Squadron, Captain Luing Zishan of the 13th Imperial Squadron, as well as the newly joined space-exploring powerhouses, are to gather at the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave. If you discover any enemies, try to intimidate them and try not to engage them in battle. Xianxia was shocked, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression he knew that something was amiss. Royal Regent, what happened? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then told Xianxia about the pyrolite incident. Xianxia immediately understood where the problem lay. Frostwave Weave was south of North Castle Weave, and it bordered the Weave, so its geographical location was very important. The Second Great Hall wanted to control Frostwave Weave, which meant that North Castle Weave was finished. It wasn't as the survivor had said, that only the Great Sword Dynasty had been destroyed. On the surface, the various great powers of North Castle Weave still existed, but in reality, the rulers had all been replaced by the great powers of the Innerverse. The Second Great Hall and the First Great Hall both belonged to the Divine Great Hall, and the Divine Great Hall represented the Beast Tamer's flow zone. I understand. Rest assured, Royal Regent, Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded, but just as he was about to end the call he suddenly thought of something. Uncle Hua, you said that Captain Shalosh fought with the Second Great Hall's experts to save a survivor from the Great Sword Dynasty. Then where's that survivor? He's on his way to the capital Star, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin replied, protect that person well. Xianxia nodded. Many great powers of the Innerverse had gathered in North Castle Weave, and it was very lively there. Even the Lily family, a small family that wasn't part of the 8 great flow zones, had gone there. Why couldn't Lu Yin participate? Lu Yin didn't expect to be able to compete with those great powers, but it wouldn't be bad if he could get his hands on some. Just a little bit would allow him to use his Dai's enhance to level up, and he might even be able to make a fortune. His eyes lit up as he thought about how he could earn money from the centipede's body. However, for now the most important thing was to resolve the crisis in Frostwave Weave. He tried to contact Wendy Yushan, but unfortunately he couldn't reach her. He also wanted to contact Mira, but he decided against it. The 10 Arbiters Council couldn't affect the competition between North Castle Weave and the Astral Wilderness, and they couldn't protect Frostwave Weave either. Lu Yin stood beneath the waterfall and pondered for a long time before slowly bowing towards the sky. This junior requests an audience with the Sea King. The Sea King's figure quickly appeared in front of him. Have you figured out how to defeat Mu Rong without relying on your physical strength? Lu Yin shook his head. This junior hasn't thought of anything. It's very simple. Steal his flute, the Sea King reprimanded. Lu Yin was stunned. Steal his flute. His innate gift is the wooden flute, and the shepherd boy's song can only be played with a wooden flute. If you steal his flute, won't you be able to stop him from playing the song? Since you were able to hit him once, you can hit him a second time. Although you'll have to pay a price, it'll be worth it compared to defeating him, the Sea King explained. Lu Yin blinked. But since the wooden flute is his innate gift, won't it disappear if I steal it? Idiot, steal it and destroy it. Using an innate gift too frequently will exhaust a person's body, and no one's innate gift can be used endlessly. Similarly, if you destroy the wooden flute, it'll hurt him as well. Techniques like the shepherd boy's song aren't that easy to use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Ling Ke a chance to combine his 3 blades. After all, the shepherd boy's song might not be able to be used again once he's hit by all 3 blades, the Sea King explained. Lu Yin recalled Mu Rong's battle and realized that the Sea King's words were true. Mu Rong wouldn't give Lu Yin a second chance to attack and had impatiently used the shepherd boy's song. Perhaps the requirements for the song were too high, and once Mu Rong's injuries reached a critical point, he wouldn't be able to use it. Destroying the wooden flute would indeed damage his innate gift. Lu Yin looked at the Sea King in admiration. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Here's the 4th update. Chapter 470. The Sea King raised his head and waved a hand. It's normal that you can't think of it. How many people in the universe can think as well as I do? Chi-Chi is the inheritor of my excellent genes, and I only hope that you won't tarnish this legacy. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This father and daughter were exactly the same. They both had sharp tongues and felt good about themselves. Senior Sea King, this junior has 2 things to report to you. The Sea King nodded. Speak. First, the betrothal gift. If this junior wants to marry Chi-Chi, the gift cannot be shabby. This is not only a sign of respect to the Sea King's dome, but also an explanation to my hometown. The Sea King glanced at Lu Yin. What kind of betrothal gift can you prepare? How about this? Just give me back the essence you spent. Lu Yin felt awkward. This junior doesn't have that much money. Then what are you talking about? If you don't even have that much money, what kind of betrothal gift can you prepare? The Sea King was displeased. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, although this junior doesn't have the money, this junior will do his best to prepare a betrothal gift worthy of Chi-Chi. Senior, please allow this junior to return to Frostwave Weave. The Sea King sneered. You want to leave? We'll talk after you become an explorer. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Senior might not know this, but this junior's hometown is in danger, and this junior must return. The Sea King was disdainful. What can a Lamita like you do back there? Lu Yin solemnly replied, even if I'm a seeker, this junior will not shirk his duty if his hometown is in danger. Dare I ask, if the Sea King's dome is in danger, will the residents of the Sea King's dome rush back to help? Even if it's useless, I'd rather die with the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's gaze shifted and he looked up into the sky. Alright, you can return if you want, but bring Chi-Chi with you. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior, this junior's return will be fraught with danger. How can I implicate Qiqi? The Sea King proudly replied, Qiqi doesn't need you to take care of her. No one will dare touch my daughter, so don't worry. She might even be able to protect you. Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but the Sea King interrupted him. Alright, I'm not discussing this with you. Either bring Qiqi with you or become an explorer. Lu Yin had no choice but to agree. This junior understands. I will do my best to ensure Qiqi's safety. I already said that Qiqi doesn't need your protection. Meet her at the harbor tomorrow. The Sea King then tore open the void and left. 7th bro, it looks like you won't be able to get rid of that woman. I feel like you'll go crazy if you spend too much time with her, the monkey gloated. Lu Yin did not have the time to think about such things. He took out a star chart of Frostwave Weave's surroundings and started thinking about how to resolve this crisis. He could not charge into the enemy's ranks as any random hunter could be sent out. All he could do was try his best to use the various powers to achieve a balance of power. After all, he had been in the innerverse for quite some time, and his social circle was not something that the outerverse could compare to. Moreover, with honor points he could learn more about the conflicts between these factions. This was his advantage. Currently, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's 2nd grade hall was eyeing Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin wanted to investigate more about this organization, and Quang Wang might be useful to him. Elsewhere, the Sea King stood at the peak of the Sea King's dome as he looked at the Starfall Sea. Hai Dashao appeared behind him and said, Father, I found out that Frostwave Weave has been targeted by the 2nd grade hall. North Castle Weave has actually fallen into the hands of the various great powers. The Sea King nodded, his gaze calm. Lu Yin won't just be facing the 2nd grade hall when he returns. With Pyrolite's importance, it will be very difficult for him to protect Frostwave Weave. At most, he'll be able to protect the Great Yu Empire's territory, and that's with the various great powers being apprehensive of our Sea King's dome. It's impossible for a puny Lemeter like him to reverse the situation, Hai Dashao said disdainfully. The Sea King smiled. Do you really think that he's going back alone? What? Does he have helpers? Hai Dashao was astonished. We are his helpers, the Sea King replied. Hai Dashao was shocked. Father, are you going to personally intervene? This will attract the attention of the Hall of Honor. Back then, the Sea King raised a hand to stop Hai Dashao from speaking further. I didn't say that I would intervene, but this kid isn't stupid. Based on his past deeds, he's adept at socializing and taking advantage of others. Why do you think he proposed to prepare a betrothal gift? I can guarantee that if he can't hold on any longer, this kid will definitely use the excuse of preparing a betrothal gift for our Sea King's dome to intimidate the various great powers and try to protect Frostwave Weave. He might even give Frostwave Weave to our Sea King's dome as a betrothal gift. Hai Dashao was furious. Is this kid really that bold? Father, you can't let him do as he pleases. We have an agreement with the Hall of Honor. The Sea King did not care. So what if we have an agreement? No one in the universe can stop me. Hai Dashao frowned as he looked at the Sea King's back. Suddenly he thought of something. Father, are you telling Qiqi to follow him to express the Sea King's dome's stance? The Sea King smiled but did not reply. Father, do you want to obtain the pyrolite? Hai Dashao probed. The Sea King's gaze turned cold. Whether or not we can obtain it will depend on what that kid does. I hope that he doesn't disappoint me, or else I might personally take action. Hai Dashao was shocked. Once the Sea King took action, the hidden old freaks of the various great powers would also take action. That would be a disaster that would sweep through the universe. Was pyrolite really that important? He did not understand. Even if pyrolite was a strategic resource, no one in the universe dared to provoke the Starfall Sea, and no one dared to provoke the Sea King's dome. Was there a need for them to leave the Starfall Sea for such a resource? Once the Sea King took action, the Neoverse would not remain silent, and the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Hai Dashao suddenly realized that Lu Yin's return this time was very important. He had to obtain a sufficient amount of pyrolite that the Sea King was satisfied with, or else a disaster would descend. No one besides him and the Sea King knew what would happen. Lu Yin naturally did not know that the Sea King needed pyrolite, and it would be good enough if he could even protect Frostwave Weave. Hold on, Hai Dashao thought of another possibility. Could his father have let Lu Yin go because he wanted to use the excuse that his prospective son-in-law had been bullied as an excuse to leave the Starfall Sea? If Lu Yin could not protect Frostwave Weave, then the Sea King would be able to legitimately take action and no one would be able to pick a fight. The Hall of Honor would not be able to stop the Sea King from helping his prospective son-in-law. Even if the Sea King helped his prospective son-in-law obtain some pyrolite, no one would dare to say anything. Hai Dashao was shocked when he saw the Sea King's smile. The various powers fighting over North Castle Weave probably did not know that they were all being targeted by the Sea King. Everything was logical. Hai Dashao left. He understood some things and he knew that he could not stop this. Father, it's time to tell second brother. A screen appeared beside the Sea King from his gadget, and a man who looked very similar to Hai Dashao appeared on it. He was the Sea King's eldest son. The Sea King had a complicated expression. Let's wait until he becomes a hunter. Father, you want to use pyrolite to blast open that path? That's too radical. No one knows what will happen if that path is blasted open, and it might even repeat the tragedy from before. The Sea King's gaze was deep. So what? This region of space is fake and there's nothing worse than that. That path might be a dead end, but it might also be hope. Even if it's a dead end, so what? At worst, we'll all die together and no one will be able to escape. The Hall of Honor will not let you succeed. They're too conservative. They don't know that the longer we delay, the more we'll be suppressed. This region of space hasn't had a progenitor for too long. Second brother should have gone to find Lu Yin. Aren't you worried that he'll say something? The Sea King clasped his hands behind his back. It doesn't matter. The kid can't decide his own future. So what if he knows or doesn't know? He'll be happier if he doesn't know. Then what about Chi-Chi? Do you want Chi-Chi to marry him? If he's not an enemy, then that's fine. If he is, then just kill him. The Sea King's tone was icy, and the atmosphere of the entire Sea King's dome changed as the Starfall Sea became much more oppressive. Hai Dashao's emotions were complicated as he did not understand how important pyrolite was. With the power of the entire Sea King's dome, they did not need to obtain it at all. The Sea King's dome had a transcendent status in the universe because the Starfall Sea did not interfere in the struggles of the universe. However, if the Sea King's dome made a move, then the various great powers of the universe might retaliate and restrict the Sea King's dome. This was not something that Hai Dashao wanted to see. He had unwittingly walked to the waterfall where Lu Yin was and he saw Lu Yin deep in thought. Lu Yin was looking at a star chart and organizing the situation that he could use to his advantage. He was also thinking about what he should do after returning to Frostwave Weave. When he saw Hai Dashao, he gathered his thoughts. You're leaving tomorrow? Hai Dashao asked. Lu Yin nodded. Hai Dashao looked at Lu Yin and thought for a moment before saying, Your answer to Starsabil disappointed me. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly. Then I'm sorry. It's not just you. Senior Sea King should be disappointed as well. However, that's my answer and it won't change. Hai Dashao frowned, but he did not say anything. You came here just to say this? Lu Yin asked. Hai Dashao stared into Lu Yin's eyes. You should know about pyrolite. Lu Yin nodded. I've heard. Father hopes that your betrothal gift will be pyrolite, Hai Dashao said. He could not say it out loud, so this was all he could do. Lu Yin was stunned. Senior Sea King needs pyrolite? Hai Dashao replied, Whether or not he needs it is none of your business. In any case, your betrothal gift can only be pyrolite. Otherwise. He paused, not knowing how to continue. Otherwise what? Would he not let Chi-Chi marry Lu Yin? Hai Dashao had not forgotten what had happened during the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and this brat simply did not want to marry Chi-Chi. Lu Yin replied, All the great powers in the universe have their eyes on pyrolite. It'll be very difficult for me to steal it. I'm just a limiter, and while my status might cause others to be apprehensive, it's definitely not at the level where they'll be willing to make concessions. Hai Dashao turned to leave. That's your problem. In any case, the Sea King's dome needs pyrolite as a betrothal gift, and if you can't get it, you'll know the price you'll have to pay. After saying that, Hai Dashao left. Lu Yin felt that pyrolite was more important than he had imagined, as even a power like the Sea King's dome that did not interfere in the universe's disputes wanted it. However, since the Sea King's dome wanted it and had even used the betrothal gift as an excuse, then it was even more justifiable for Lu Yin to borrow the Sea King's dome's name. However, that was the final step. Chapter 471. The Sea King's guess had been correct, as Lu Yin had been preparing for the worst from the very beginning. He was not so confident that he could protect Frostwave Weave, so the name of the Sea King's dome was his trump card. If worse came to worst, he could give the entire Great Yu Empire to the Sea King as a betrothal gift. He did not believe that anyone would be willing to oppose the Sea King over a tiny empire. However, if that happened, he would have nothing left. Still, it was better than being divided up by other powers. Without news of Feng Mo and the Bo duo, Big Pao and Little Pao could only remain at the Sea King's dome. With Lu Yin's current status, Feng Mo and the others would not dare to act against him. Even if they did, Lu Yin had many ways to escape, so he was not worried. As for Hai Chi-Chi, the Sea King's confident tone made it so that Lu Yin did not even need to consider it. The next day at the harbor of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi-Chi had arrived even earlier than Lu Yin. She stood on the large ship and seemed very excited as she stared at the entrance to the Starfall Sea with sparkling eyes. She only reacted when Lu Yin walked up behind her and she rolled her eyes at him. "You don't make any noise when you walk. Why doesn't anyone recognize you? Aren't you the Sea King's daughter?" Lu Yin was curious. Hai Chi-Chi was standing at the bow of the ship, and logically speaking there should be many onlookers, but it was completely empty below. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes dimmed and she feigned arrogance. "I'm the Sea King's daughter. Do you think that just anyone can see me?" Lu Yin did not mind. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. "Princess Chi-Chi, the spacecraft is ready." The voice was very sudden, and it gave Lu Yin a fright since it had come from right next to his ear. He subconsciously took a few steps forward and vigilantly stared at the old man who had appeared out of nowhere. The old man looked at Lu Yin and smiled kindly. "Oh, got it," Hai Chi-Chi replied and excitedly ran into the ship. The old man watched Hai Chi-Chi leave and then looked back at Lu Yin with a smile. "Kid, take good care of Chi-Chi. Although she doesn't speak well, she's very kind and pure." Lu Yin nodded. The old man smiled. "I've seen your battles. Not bad at all. Continue to work hard and I hope that one day we'll be able to go against the tide together." He then left. Lu Yin watched the old man leave, not understanding of what he had just said. Hai Chi-Chi's voice. "Hey, what? Let's go." The spacecraft that the Sea King's dome had provided had a very unique design, and the manufacturer was the Aurora Spacecraft Company. It was a miniature foldable spacecraft that could seat up to 3 people. When not in use, it could be folded and shrunk to its smallest size before being stored in a cosmic ring. The moment he saw this spacecraft, he decided that he had to buy one. He did not have many spacecraft left and he only had one Aurora left on Deep Crimson Planet. However, in Hai Chi-Chi's words, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to afford a foldable spacecraft even if he sold himself. Lu Yin refused to accept this, as he had spent nearly 20,000 star essence on his cultivation. It was just a single spacecraft, and even an ordinary radiant-grade Aurora was only worth 10 star essence. However, when Hai Chi-Chi reported the price to him, he felt that he had overestimated himself and that he really could not afford it. This foldable radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft was actually priced at 20,000 star essence. "Why is this thing so expensive?" Lu Yin asked in surprise. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. "Calling you ignorant is already a compliment. Have you ever heard of a foldable spacecraft being sold anywhere? This is a technology that transcends time. A foldable spacecraft doesn't just need to be folded, but also whether or not the joints can withstand the speed of a radiant-grade spacecraft, as well as how well its defensive capabilities can be perfected. Just this technology alone is worth a lot of money, not to mention a radiant-grade spacecraft that can be used to escape at any time. Do you think 20,000 is expensive?" Lu Yin was speechless. Not expensive? It was too expensive for him, and it was no wonder that he had never heard of anyone using it. Even the heirs of the great powers that he had come into contact with could not afford it. Only a wastrel like Hai Chi-Chi would not have cared. However, her words made sense. If he had had a spacecraft like this back then, he would not have been trapped in outer space and could have escaped at any time. This thing could have saved his life if he had used it well. Even so, it was still not worth such a high price. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This thing was not only sold for the spacecraft itself, but also for its grade, a grade that ordinary people could not even lay their eyes on. Let me tell you something else. There aren't many of these spacecraft in the innerverse or outerverse, and the Aurora Corporation produces a limited number each year. You can't buy one even if you have the money, Hai Chi said arrogantly. Are you saying that even the Mavis family can't buy one? Lu Yin teased. Hai Chi's expression changed. Who told you about the Mavis family? The Mavis family is synonymous with money. Don't try to confuse me. I wasn't talking about the Mavis family, I was talking about you. Someone like you can't buy one even if you have the money. How do you know that I'm rich? Let me tell you, we have to separate our assets before marriage. Hai Chi gritted her teeth. Why would this princess care about your money? Popper wait, who said anything about marrying you? Lu Yin pretended to exhale. Good. I'm actually very rich and I'll be even richer in the future. Hai Chi snorted and ignored him. The Radiant Grade spacecraft was very fast, but even so, it still took more than 2 months to travel from the Sea King's dome to the outerverse Frostwave Weave. The Starfall Sea was located in the westernmost part of the innerverse, close to Endless Weave, while Frostwave Weave was located in the eastern part of the outerverse, close to the Astral Beast domain. One was in the southwest while the other was in the northeast. They were quite lucky as they did not encounter any accidents from the Sea King's dome to the Starfall Sea, and they did not encounter any turbulence. As for the possibility of being attacked by Feng Mo or Undying Yushan's enemies, there was nothing. Perhaps this had something to do with the symbol of the Sea King's dome on the spacecraft. Lu Yin believed that at least in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Day-Night Flow Zone and Chaos Flow Zone, no one would dare to attack a spacecraft from the Sea King's dome. These 3 flow zones were close to the Starfall Sea, so they knew the symbol of the Sea King's dome. However, things were different once they left the innerverse. Lu Yin and Hai Chi did not stop along the way. They passed through the entrance of the Starfall Sea and Chaos Flow Zone before heading towards the Astral River. As long as they crossed the Astral River, they would reach the outerverse, and then they would cross dozens of weaves to reach Frostwave Weave. Just thinking about it made one realize how far it was. Lu Yin sometimes wondered what level of power Mr. Mu possessed to be able to throw him from Tempest Flow Zone to Xinjiang Flow Zone. This distance was not much closer than the distance between the Astral River and Frostwave Weave. It was too terrifying as it was equivalent to crossing half of the human domain. The moment they left the Starfall Sea, Hai Chi's excitement reached its peak. She had never left the Starfall Sea before, and her shout almost scared the monkey out of Lu Yin's arm. The monkey cursed at her for 10 minutes, but unfortunately only Lu Yin could hear it. However, as the unchanging darkness of space grew further and further away, Hai Chi's excitement died down. Hey look! That planet is so colorful and interesting. Shall we go up and take a look? No, we're in a hurry. Hey look! There's a beast over there. Lu Yin was startled and looked over. It was an Explorer Realm astral beast. Astral beasts did not only exist in the astral beast domain, as there were many in the human domain as well. However, they were often swept up by the various powers in their respective domains, so they were not very dangerous to humans. Still, they could occasionally be seen. The Explorer Realm astral beast only glanced at the spacecraft before flying off into the distance. Chase it, chase it. I want it to be my mount. Hai Chi was excited. No, we're in a hurry. Hey look! There's a fleet. It's so long. Let's go greet them. No, we're in a hurry. Hai Chi finally exploded and glared at Lu Yin. What's wrong with you? I'm the Sea King's daughter. You have to listen to me. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Didn't the Sea King tell you to listen to me before we left? No, Hai Chi replied angrily. Lu Yin was helpless. There's a war going on back home, so I don't have time to waste. Then let's break up. Lu Yin raised his brows. You have to follow me. Otherwise, how am I supposed to send you back to the Sea King's dome? Hai Chi was furious and she gritted her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at her warily. Don't bite me. You'll break your teeth. Nonsense, of course I'll break my teeth. You might be ugly but your skin is thick. I can't bite you, Hai Chi said viciously before turning to face the sky and ignoring Lu Yin. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as she did not cause trouble, everything would be fine. He was in a hurry to return to Frostwave Weave. If it had been anyone else he would have slapped them unconscious, but he did not dare to do so in front of Hai Chi. The Astral River had a completely different scenery from the Starfall Sea. Although it was called a river, it was far more magnificent. The Starfall Sea's greatest characteristic was that it was a real sea with water. The Astral River, on the other hand, was mixed with all sorts of liquid energy. In the past, Lu Yin had thought that there was only one Astral River arc, but he had not expected that there would be 3 in total. They were on the east, west, and middle sides, which made sense. Otherwise, how could the Astral River arc allow everyone from the outerverse to enter the innerverse? Hai Chi looked at the Astral River in admiration. She had only seen it on the internet, but this was her first time seeing it up close. "Hey, I want to go fishing," Hai Chi suddenly spoke up and looked at Lu Yin expectantly, blinking her eyes. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "No." Hai Chi was furious. "Why? The Astral River arc will take some time to reach the other side. You're not allowed to care about me during this time or I'll really get angry." Lu Yin nodded. "Okay." Hai Chi was stunned and she probed, "Really? You're not allowed to care about me?" Lu Yin answered seriously, "Okay." Hai Chi did not believe him. Lu Yin used his honor points to board the Astral River Arkansas. He did not have to wait in line like before, and he used his special privileges to board. The Sea King's dome symbol on their spacecraft also alerted the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. The spacecraft was guided into orbit and stood side by side with the other spacecraft. Lu Yin was puzzled as to why they had not entered a separate VIP passage when someone appeared outside the spacecraft. It was a cruiser. The cruiser's goal was simple: to ask Lu Yin if they wanted to transfer to the VIP passage. That passage was not connected to the other spacecraft, and it had all the necessary facilities. There were even specialized attendants to serve them. Lu Yin refused, but he did provide the cruiser with some information. Hai Chi was an important person from the Sea King's dome. Chapter 472. The cruiser's expression immediately changed, and he became even more respectful and humble. After that, Hai Chi's fishing dream came to an end. Ordinary people could not fish in the Astral River. With Lu Yin's strength, even old Gouda and the others had thought that he would be dragged into the Astral River and die. The mortality rate of fishing was very high if one was not a cruiser, and even a cruiser would not last more than 10 hours. This was one of the dangers of the Astral River. Since the Flow Zone envoy knew that Hai Chi was an important person from the Sea King's dome, how could he allow her to fish? What she was fishing for was not a fish but her life. Thus Hai Chi had lost all hope of fishing. Not only that, but she was also being monitored the entire time while she was on the ship so that she could be protected at any time. This was the reason why Lu Yin had allowed her to do as she pleased. The Astral River envoy was more worried about her safety than anyone else. Lu Yin had been paying attention to the situation in Frostwave Weave, and Xianxia had reported to him almost every day. During this time, the Second Great Hall had actually stopped sending experts to Frostwave Weave, and they had even withdrawn their previous experts. This strange phenomenon was hard to fathom. In the Outerverse, at the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, dozens of giant astral beasts soared through space. These astral beasts were all explorers, and a Second Great Hall expert stood atop each of them. Even further away, a fortress-like warship floated in space, filled with people from the Second Great Hall. The Second Great Hall had sent out many powerhouses to fight for Pyrolite, and the one who had targeted Frostwave Weave was a hunter named Anfield. This kind of powerhouse was known as a commander within the Second Great Hall. Anfield stared at the star chart with a gloomy expression. He had never thought that a tiny Frostwave Weave would be able to withstand their attack. When he flipped through Frostwave Weave's history, he discovered that the Great Yu Empire, which now ruled over half of Frostwave Weave, had once blocked an attack from the Ross Empire. The Great Yu Empire was not simple at all. He had also fought against a strange-looking hunter and had been suppressed. This situation had caused him to immediately stop attacking Frostwave Weave, as he had felt that the hunter had not used his full strength. Although the Second Great Hall was an innerverse power, they were at the bottom of the Beast Tamer's flow zone, so they could not waste their strength on Frostwave Weave. Furthermore, just the day before, he had received news that the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Lu Yin, was likely to become the Sea King's son-in-law. This news had shaken him to the core and he no longer dared to make a move against Frostwave Weave. However, as long as Lu Yin did not truly become the Sea King's son-in-law, they would not give up on Frostwave Weave. They were not the only ones, as there were other powers that would do the same. Becoming the Sea King's son-in-law was not that easy. However, it was not suitable for them to show their faces at the moment. Thus, they had chosen a method that many powers in the Innerverse often used, which was to recruit a group of independent cultivators to attack Frostwave Weave. Currently, countless independent cultivators from all over the Innerverse and Outerverse were heading towards Frostwave Weave. At this moment, the chaos in North Castle Weave was extremely severe. All of the great powers that had been in North Castle Weave had disappeared, and the Innerverse's great powers were now in charge. Battles were unending and experts were frequently deployed. More than 10 hunters had been deployed, and the entire North Castle Weave had been plunged into a quagmire of war. Beyond North Castle Weave was the Astral Wilderness. The Astral Wilderness was a place where there was no network and there were no spatial wormholes that could allow one to jump through. It was filled with dangers and beasts, and even if a calamitous astronomical event occurred, it would be impossible to avoid it. This was the true universe, a universe where one could die at any moment. Because there were no spatial wormholes that could allow one to jump through them, traveling the same distance in the Astral Wilderness would take several times longer than traveling in the human domain. At the very least, one would need a radiant-grade aurora to barely be able to explore the Astral Wilderness. Otherwise, all of the time spent traveling would be wasted. There were nearly 10 hunters from various great powers fighting in North Castle Weave, but there were even more in the Astral Wilderness. Just the Soul Dream tribe alone had 3 hunters. Most of these powerhouses were not fighting with other powers, but rather they were truly exploring the Astral Wilderness. Exploring the Astral Wilderness was extremely dangerous, and more than 10 hunters died every year. This was a terrifying number, as the entire Outerverse might not even have that many hunters. Of course, the benefits were considerable as well. As the exploration of the Astral Wilderness expanded, so did the Outerverse. Perhaps after some time, a new weave would be born to the north of North Castle Weave, and the Outerverse 72 weaves would become 73 weaves. The technology to search for pyrolite was becoming more and more mature, and now various great powers had discovered a large amount of pyrolite on a giant planet in the Astral Wilderness. This planet was dark red and somewhat gloomy. Occasionally, there would be huge explosions on the planet's surface, and it was highly likely that these explosions originated from pyrolite. Outside the planet, warships surrounded it like fortresses, eyeing the planet covetously. The Day-Night Clan, Soul Dream Tribe, Sword Sect, and other great powers of the Innerverse had all appeared, but none of them had entered the planet. In the far reaches of outer space, there would occasionally be powerful undulations sweeping through the planet. These were hunters fighting, and they would quickly calm down. At this moment, a personal spacecraft charged out from the planet towards a warship. However, it was intercepted midway and the personal spacecraft exploded, revealing a terrified man inside. More than 10 figures suddenly appeared in outer space, and all of them were hunters. "Everyone, this is a disciple of our sect. Please make things easy for us and don't hurt him," an elder said bitterly as he stood in front of the man. The elder was also a hunter, but he was just an elder from an ordinary organization in the Innerverse. The Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, and the Wen family were all people that he did not dare to oppose. The Day-Night Clan hunter stepped forward with a cold gaze. "There's no need to be afraid. We just want to know the specific situation of that planet." The old man heaved a sigh of relief and gave the man a look. The man was terrified. "After I entered the planet, my star energy was completely suppressed, and I couldn't sense any free star energy on the planet." "We already know that. Tell us something you don't know," the Day-Night Clan powerhouse said impatiently. The man became even more terrified. "I was lucky. When I landed on this planet, I landed not too far away from the pyrolite ore. That's why I didn't go too deep. I took the ore and left." He then pulled out a fist-sized pyrolite ore from his cosmic ring and handed it to the elder. The surrounding hunters were disappointed, as it was no wonder why the man had come out so quickly. "But I saw an explorer self-destruct not long after he landed on the planet," the man said softly. The surrounding hunters' eyes went wide. "What did you say? Self-destruct?" "Yes," the man replied softly with his head lowered. Not long after, the various great powers received news that any explorer or above who had entered the planet had self-destructed without exception. When the planet had been discovered, the various great powers had sent hunters to enter. But they had discovered that the moment they entered the planet's atmosphere, the planet had exploded violently. The planet was filled with a large amount of pyrolite, and the hunters' strength had caused a backlash. This was why the hunters from the various great powers had not entered, for fear of detonating the entire planet. If that happened, everyone would be doomed. However, no one had expected that even explorers would experience such a thing. After several days of research, the various great powers finally understood that there was a large amount of pyrolite in the planet's atmosphere. Not only did it repel star energy, but it also automatically fused into the bodies of breathing organisms. There was no problem for those below the explorer realm, but for those above the explorer realm, their bodies resonated with the universe. The pyrolite would enter their bodies and begin circulating just like how star energy circulated through their bodies. Pyrolite was extremely unstable, and once there was enough of it, it would explode. A single gram of pyrolite could cause destruction with a power level of over 10,000. Explorers only needed to stay on the planet for a while to absorb more than a gram of pyrolite, and it would explode from the inside out. Even a cruiser would not be able to withstand it, let alone an explorer. In other words, only cultivators below the explorer realm could safely explore this planet, and the best choice was to be a limiter. This was proven by the spacecraft that occasionally entered and exited the planet. The limiters who had stayed on the planet for a few days had all had their bodies examined. Although they had absorbed quite a bit of pyrolite, the pyrolite had been expelled from their bodies along with their bodily functions. It's been confirmed. We can only send limiters to explore the planet. Immediately contact the clan and have them send a large number of limiters over. Notify the sect to send limiters over. The exploration of the astral wilderness had nothing to do with limiters, but at this moment, because of this strange planet, limiters had become the main force for exploration. Outside the planet, personal spacecraft rushed into the planet one after another. These were all soldiers piloted by the various large organizations. Although they were all limiters, there was a considerable number of roaming soldiers who were not heirs or disciples. However, having these people explore the planet first would allow them to familiarize themselves with the environment. These past few days, Hai Chi had been very gloomy. She was being followed wherever she went, and she realized that going out with Lu Yin was not as fun as she had imagined. She could not fight him head-on, and she could not beat him in a fight. Helpless, Hai Chi decided to change her attitude. "Brother Lu, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you're very handsome today." Hai Chi beamed at Lu Yin, her face filled with joy and adoration. Lu Yin immediately went on guard. "I don't have money." Hai Chi was furious. "You said that you had a lot of money before." "Wait, I didn't ask you for money. Besides, I'm richer than you." Lu Yin relaxed. "That's good. Let's go out and play. Didn't you want to fish?" Hai Chi grew angry at the mention of this. "What kind of crappy place is this? They don't even have a fishing rod. I said that I could do it myself, but those guys actually said that they wanted to protect the environment and forbid fishing. They even put up a sign saying that protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility." Lu Yin was speechless. This astral river flow zone envoy was much more humorous than old Gouda. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. "Hey Lu Yin, do you want to go fishing?" "Nope. Boring, annoying." Hai Chi then activated her gadget, but Lu Yin did not know who to contact. Soon after, a voice came from the gadget. "Chi, you've left the Starfall Sea?" Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi. Her voice was very pleasant. Hai Chi grimaced. "Baby, let me tell you something. There's a bad guy here. He looks random, has a nasty personality, and has a vicious mouth. He's also very dark." Lu Yin was speechless. How could she think of so many bad things? Thank you to Tower Leaping Demon Wu Zibin for the tip. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. Chapter 473. The gadget listened in silence until Hai Chi stopped talking. "Chi, don't be willful. If the Sea King wants you to follow that person, then he's not a bad person. Speak properly and he'll treat you well." Hai Chi glared at Lu Yin and snorted. She muttered something into her gadget before running out. Lu Yin found it funny. Although this brat had a venomous tongue, she wasn't a bad person. She didn't use her status as the Sea King's daughter to pressure others, unlike the heirs of those large organizations who were all arrogant. She was actually quite cute, but who was she talking to? She was quite sensible, the exact opposite of this brat. He was very gentle. Lu Yin had thought that he could have some peace and quiet, but Hai Chichi returned quickly with a mysterious expression and a smug look on her face. Lu Yin's brows rose. Even if you give me money, I won't sell my body. Hai Chichi didn't get angry this time, as she knew that Lu Yin liked to use words to deal with her and drive her away. This time, however, she took the initiative. I remember that your hometown is in the frost wave we've called the Great Yu Empire, right? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. That's also your destination. Hai Chichi raised her head. Promise me something and I'll tell you something about your hometown. No need. Go out and play, Lu Yin casually said. Hai Chichi's lips curled up. I just heard a group of people talking about your hometown. They were hired by someone to start a war against the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked at Hai Chichi. You can't joke about this. Hai Chichi crossed her arms and leaned against the door. You can decide for yourself whether it's a joke or not. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chichi for a while and at the same time he completely unleashed his domain and enveloped the entire orbit. As he moved further and further away he could hear many people talking. Among them, a conversation on a spacecraft 1,000 meters away attracted his attention. There's no problem with the pay, right? There are so many of us here. Can we afford it? Of course there's no problem. The employer is from a large organization in the Innerverse and they don't lack money. Who exactly is the employer? Sure, I can't tell you that. But if the person who hired us is a wandering cultivator, then they must be from the east of the Innerverse. That direction is the Erudite Flow Zone, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the First Flow Zone. Alright, stop guessing. It might not be one of the 8 flow zones. Just protect yourselves. Stays safe. Got it. Hey, how about it? Promise me one thing and I'll tell you, Hai Chichi said proudly. Lu Yin looked at Hai Chichi strangely. Their conversation had taken place in the spacecraft, and the ship had soundproofing facilities. How had this brat heard it? Either those people had been careless enough to communicate outside the spacecraft, or this girl had also comprehended a domain. Lu Yin was more inclined towards the second possibility, as she was the Sea King's daughter after all. Speaking of which, Lu Yin had never paid much attention to Hai Chichi's cultivation, but now he felt that he might have underestimated her. She might not be able to compare to him and the others, but she was definitely not weak. Since she could comprehend a domain, she might have reached the level of an area master or even a realm master. Why are you staring at me? Hai Chichi stared at him warily and tugged at her clothes. I'm warning you, I'm very powerful. Don't mess around. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If I succeed in protecting my hometown, I'll take you out to play. Really? Hai Chichi's eyes lit up. Lu Yin nodded. That's only if you're obedient and don't cause trouble. Hai Chichi snorted. You have the same tone as my brother. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the sake of leaving the Starfall Sea, I wouldn't have agreed to take in a son-in-law. I originally wanted to find a handsome brother to accompany me on my travels, but it turned out to be someone like you. You look anxious and your mentality is even more anxious. She then continued, let me tell you, there's a group of people on that silver spacecraft 1,000 meters away. They're discussing how to deal with your hometown. Do you want to play something exciting? Lu Yin smirked. Hai Chichi was delighted when she heard this. What exciting? Lu Yin smiled cunningly. On a giant planet in the astral wilderness, the dry soil emitted a pungent smell as a team of more than 10 limeters advanced with detectors that could help them find pyrolite. These cultivators were from the spiritual seal flow zone's dire barbarian tribe, which was the tribe that Avery, who had defeated Lu Yin, belonged to. At this moment, a spacecraft crashed down from the sky not too far away from these people. The dire barbarian tribe members looked up and stared at the giant crater in the distance. There, a spacecraft was emitting white smoke due to friction with the atmosphere, which then slowly disappeared. The hatch opened and a beautiful pair of hands appeared. It was a woman. The members of the dire barbarian tribe were excited. As long as they were not disciples of powerful sects, they would be able to capture and play with them. They had been in this damned place for more than 10 days and it was too boring. The dire barbarian tribe was vile and did not care about the consequences of their actions, just like their name. As the cabin door opened completely, a beautiful woman walked out from the dark red ground. The woman had a beautiful appearance and her long dark blue hair reached her waist. She looked like an otherworldly goddess, and this kind of woman was enough to drive any man crazy. However, when the dozen or so dire barbarian clan members saw this woman, their expressions changed drastically and they immediately fled. The woman looked up and leapt into the air, charging towards the dire barbarian tribe members. She opened her mouth in midair and let out a melodious song. This was the psychedelic song. This woman was Xiyu of the Soul Dream tribe. Since ancient times, the Soul Dream tribe and the dire barbarian tribe had a blood feud. The Soul Dream tribe took pride in killing members of the dire barbarian tribe, and the dire barbarian tribe took pride in snatching away women from the Soul Dream tribe. Both sides had never given up. Xiyu was coincidentally in the Outerverse and was close to North Castle Weave, so she was the first to arrive. The disciples of the other great powers had not yet arrived, so she was invincible. She had chosen to land here because she wanted to slaughter the entire dire barbarian tribe. The dire barbarian tribe's limiters could not resist at all. They were just ordinary soldiers who had been force-fed education, and they had reached the peak of the limiter realm after much difficulty. The gap between them and Xiyu was too great. Xiyu stood on the dark red ground and crushed the detector with her foot. She looked up and sensed the energy in the air. There really isn't any star energy. I can only use star crystals to recover. She then soared into the sky and headed towards the area that the Soul Dream tribe had explored. The various great powers had circled the planet and divided it into many regions. Only the powerhouses dared to set foot in the other regions, and the weak would be lucky if they could even finish exploring their own region. At this moment, Xiyu was practically invincible to all the limiters who had entered the planet. However, how long this advantage could be maintained depended on when the other powers' disciples arrived. At this moment, a spacecraft was heading towards Frostwave Weave. It was the same spacecraft that had gathered the wandering cultivators. There were hundreds of them, including 5 explorers and 2 cruisers. It had been a few days since the Astral River Arc had arrived in the Outerverse, and Lu Yin and Hai Chi had dealt with the 2 wandering cultivators on board. They had then used their identities to enter the spacecraft and gather information. Wandering cultivators were not disciplined, so no one had noticed anything amiss. In the tunnel, a man and a woman met sneakily. "Hey, it's really exciting. Did you know that I was almost exposed by that cruiser?" The man was shocked. "Don't be rash. I need to find out more about our employer and how they attacked Frostwave Weave." "How stupid. Capture them all and interrogate them one by one." "Those 2 cruisers definitely know," the woman said disdainfully. The man was helpless. "How do you know if they're lying? Just use your domain to eavesdrop. We'll talk after we get some useful information." The woman was shocked. "How do you know that I have a domain?" "I'm not stupid." You're not smart either. Instead of waiting, why don't you pretend to be the employer? You know that their goal is to attack the Great Yu Empire anyway." The man's eyes lit up. That's right. Through his domain, he also knew the numbers of these people's gadgets. Even if they were discovered, no one would know that they were on this spacecraft. Even if they messed up in the end, they could just take care of these people. He looked at the woman in amazement. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. You're the one who's stupid. You're in a rush to return home, so you want to wait. With this spacecraft speed, it'll take at least 2 months to reach your hometown." The man pouted. "You're doing this so that you can play sooner. Don't worry about me. I'm going to play. You do it yourself." She then ran off. The man was Lu Yin. When he returned to his room, he used his gadget to contact one of the cruisers and sent a message. "Insufficient manpower. Continue adding." Very quickly, the cruiser replied, "Who are you? You don't need to know. Continue adding." The cruiser muttered to himself for a moment. "The mission you gave us was to destroy the 3 inhabited planets of the Great Yu Empire, while the Second Great Hall was recruiting independent cultivators to attack the Great Yu Empire. That way, the Great Yu Empire and the Second Great Hall would start an all-out war. We currently have enough people, and any more will expose us." Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. They actually wanted to destroy planets, and each planet had at least billions of people. They were actually so vicious and merciless, and from the looks of it, they were planning to shift the blame onto the Second Great Hall. It seemed that this group of people had indeed been hired by the Second Great Hall to attack the Great Yu Empire, but there were also some who had been hired by other powers to fish in troubled waters. These powers definitely coveted Frostwave Weave as well. As expected, Frostwave Weave's geographical location had attracted more than just the second grade hall. It was just that the other powers had not been exposed. From the looks of it, there were already two powers that had made their move, one in the open and one in the dark. Just who was this hidden power? Lu Yin looked at his gadget, but he could not make a move. These cultivators who mingled in the universe were all very astute, and it was impossible for them to tell him the identity of their mysterious employer. Based on his own experience, he might not be able to see through their lies, and they might not even know the truth. If they were forced into a corner, it was very likely that they would lie, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Furthermore, Lu Yin could not be sure how much of the information that the other party had sent him was true and how much was false. It was possible that all of it was fake. Thank you to the Cool Breeze Mountain for your tip, and thank you to all my brothers for your support. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 474. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. He had already confirmed that a large number of independent cultivators had been hired by certain organizations to attack the Great Yu Empire. He could not be sure of the exact number of independent cultivators, but the ones here were just one of many. If he opened the star chart, there might already be independent cultivators who had entered the Great Yu Empire. When Lu Yin had found out that there were independent cultivators attacking the Great Yu Empire, he had already notified Xianxia and told the Great Yu Empire to be on guard. However, there were simply too many of them and they might not be able to defend themselves. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yin immediately contacted Xianxia and told him a few things. Xianxia was shocked. Got it. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the dark sky. The universe was cruel sometimes, both to others and to oneself. He had asked Xianxia to send a group of people to pretend to be independent cultivators and attack Wuri Weave, Grand Top Weave and Lars Weave. These weaves were all close to Frostwave Weave, and he had revealed that the various organizations were preparing to clear a path from the Innerverse to the astral wilderness in order to find pyrolite. Not only had Lu Yin revealed the existence of pyrolite, but he had also revealed that the second grade hall had hired independent cultivators to attack the surrounding weaves, dragging them all down with him. This way, the independent cultivators would be targeted by the surrounding weaves. Even if their target was only Frostwave Weave, it would be useless, as there were indeed independent cultivators attacking the surrounding weaves. There would be no way to defend themselves. Only by muddying the waters would one be able to fish in troubled waters. If someone wanted to hide in the shadows and have the second grade hall fight to the death with the Great Yu Empire, then Lu Yin would drag everyone down with him, and not a single one of them would be able to escape. Those independent cultivators would not even be able to approach Frostwave Weave with the surrounding weaves targeting them. Even if he messed up in the end and Frostwave Weave was targeted by everyone, Lu Yin still had a trump card: the Sea King's Dome. Even if the Sea King's Dome refused to admit it, he could still report Leon's armada. Even the Day-Night clan was afraid of Leon's armada, and the various organizations would not go against them just for the sake of the Great Yu Empire. The Pirate King's title not only represented his strength, but also his methods of doing things. He was a representative of the dark side. Right now, Lu Yin needed to deal with the independent cultivators on this spacecraft. He did not need to know who had hired them, as the information might not be true, so there was no need for him to find out. The two cruisers were in a lounge on the top floor of the spacecraft, as only two cruisers were allowed to enter. Lu Yin put on his universal armor, which had been upgraded 5 times, and held the gun that he had bought at the auction house as he slowly made his way to the top floor. Along the way, all the loose cultivators they encountered were easily dealt with. Loose cultivators were not shameful. Everyone had the qualifications to cultivate. However, to accept employment and start a war, these people were not pure loose cultivators. They were closer to mercenaries. It was definitely not the first time these people had done something like this. Otherwise, they would not have been able to assemble so quickly. These wandering cultivators' hands were stained with blood, and Lu Yin would not show any mercy in dealing with them. On the top floor of the spacecraft, in the captain's cabin, a dozen or so operators were staring at a screen in horror. On the screen, Lu Yin was pressing an explorer against a wall. He exerted some force with his palm, and the vibrating force traveled through the explorer's body. The explorer's organs were pulverized and even the metal wall behind him cracked. "Quick, report this immediately. Enemies have entered." The next moment the spaceship let out an ear-piercing alarm. The spaceship had a clear hierarchy, and Lu Yin watched as the explorer in front of him slowly lost his life. This person was the last explorer on the spacecraft, and now that he had been dealt with, the only space-exploring powerhouses left on the spacecraft were the two cruisers. The ear-piercing alarm alarmed everyone. On the top floor, a cruiser came to the captain's cabin and looked at the screen with a frown. Universal armor. This person isn't an explorer. How dare he? The cruiser then tore through the void and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only taken a few steps when the cruiser appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. "I don't know who you're trying to cause trouble for, but since you've appeared you can die." The cruiser then sent a palm towards Lu Yin. In his mind, even if Lu Yin could kill explorers who were a realm breaker, he would not be able to resist a cruiser. Those people were all famous freaks in the universe and there was no need to make things difficult for them. However, the cruiser had forgotten that Lu Yin was from the Great Yu Empire. The cruiser's palm landed on the universal armor, but it was completely unscathed. The cruiser was shocked as he had never seen a universal armor that could withstand an attack with a power level of 50,000. Universal armor was originally prepared for cultivators who had not yet reached the explorer realm to survive in outer space. Many of them were used to explore hidden places, and the powerhouses were not willing to risk their lives. Thus, they would equip slaves and low-level cultivators with universal armor and allow them to take risks. Generally speaking, universal armor did not have much defensive power, and it could only ensure that the cultivator could survive in outer space. However, Lu Yin's universal armor was said to have been fused with metals from the cosmic sea, and it was extremely sturdy. It could even withstand a hunter's attack. Lu Yin had also used his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it 5 times, and he did not know how many attacks it could withstand. It would be strange if a cruiser's attack with a power level of less than 100,000 could damage it. With this set of universal armor, Lu Yin would even dare to wrestle with a hunter. Lu Yin raised his gun and aimed it at the cruiser. Poverty has limited your imagination. He then fired a shot and a very ancient physical bullet struck the cruiser's chest. In an instant, a terrifying force distorted the void and exploded on the cruiser's body. The bullet pierced right through his body and half of his body was pulverized. Lu Yin stared at the scene in shock. Although he knew that this gun was capable of firing bullets with a power level of 80,000, he still found it hard to believe that it could instantly kill a cruiser. Since when had cruisers become so weak? With the universal armor and the gun, Lu Yin almost dared to challenge any cruiser on the top 100 rankings. All of this had been bought with money, and at that moment he felt a heartfelt fear towards those wealthy organizations. Those organizations might also have methods like this, but it was different from cultivation. This was purely a method of killing. The Mavis family was the wealthiest organization, and Lu Yin could not imagine just how many methods they had. With a bang, one side of the spacecraft exploded, and the last cruiser fled into outer space. When he saw this scene, he knew that he was not Lu Yin's match, so he immediately fled. But so what if he was a cruiser? He was just a wandering cultivator, and the battle techniques that he cultivated were limited. When Lu Yin sensed that the cruiser was trying to escape, he unsealed the fates and in his heart. His physical body exploded with power as he used flash to its limit. Lu Yin's body appeared in front of the fleeing cruiser, and he stood in outer space as he coldly stared at the fleeing cruiser. With his current physical strength, Flash's speed was not something that an ordinary cruiser could compare to. Who are you?" the cruiser asked in a trembling voice. Lu Yin coldly replied, "Haven't you already guessed it?" The cruiser's pupils shrank. "You're not even an explorer, but you can easily kill a cruiser. You're Lu Yin. You thought of me first. It seems like your target is the Great Yu Empire," Lu Yin said calmly. The cruiser pleaded, "I beg you, please let me go. I promise that I won't be hired." "Fine. Tell me, who's the one who hired you?" Lu Yin asked. The cruiser answered without hesitation, "The second Great Hall. It's the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's second Great Hall." "Is that so? What's your mission?" Lu Yin continued. "Attack the Great Yu Empire and destroy an entire planet. Let the Great Yu Empire and the Second Great Hall start an all-out war, the cruiser blurted out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's all. That's all, the cruiser said confidently, but he continued to plead with Lu Yin. Student Lu, I'm actually from the Outerverse as well. You can't imagine how difficult it is for people like us to enter the Innerverse to cultivate. We were forced to do so, so please let me go. I promise that if I hear of any wandering cultivator who wants to harm the Great Yu Empire in the future, I'll be the first to act. Lu Yin sneered and sighed. Although I knew that you wouldn't be honest, I still held on to some hope and asked. Looks like you really are dishonest. Then die. He then raised his gun. The cruiser's pupils shrank and he suddenly charged in another direction. At the same time, a long blade appeared in his hand and he slashed behind him. Lu Yin's figure disappeared once more, and when he reappeared he had already dealt countless slashes with his gun pressed against the cruiser's back. Bang! Half of the cruiser's mangled body slowly disappeared before Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin put his gun away. He had used his gadget to contact the first cruiser he had killed and learned that there was a mysterious employer behind them. This person hadn't said anything and there was no point in pressing him further. This mysterious employer probably wouldn't reveal their identity, or else this person would have spilled the beans in a desperate situation. Regardless of who this mysterious employer was, Lu Yin didn't care anymore. There were enemies everywhere in the universe. When he returned to the spacecraft, he saw that more than 100 wandering cultivators were terrified. Blood had already spilled from the top floor, and they had all discovered the cruiser's corpse. They didn't know what kind of fate awaited them. Lu Yin found Hai Chi. The girl's face was pale and she didn't say a single word as she stared blankly at him. He probed, "You've never seen someone kill someone before?" Hai Chi pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. No. Lu Yin sighed. The Sea King had protected her too tightly, and he hadn't even allowed her to see something like this. Since the Sea King was willing to let her come with him, it meant that he wanted to show her the cruel side of the universe. Lu Yin took out a collapsible spacecraft from his cosmic ring and boarded it with Hai Chi. They appeared in outer space and faced the spacecraft. You'll get used to this scene sooner or later. I'll just treat it as helping the Sea King educate his daughter. Lu Yin then donned his universal armor and walked out of outer space. He arrived outside the spacecraft's mechanical cabin, raised a hand and pressed down on the spacecraft. 30 stacks, 50-fold shockwave palm. Boom. Soon after, the spacecraft exploded and disappeared from outer space. Not a single person had survived. Everyone present was a wandering cultivator, including the pilot. Their goal had been to start a war with the Great Yu Empire and cause great destruction. A war would not only bring about the deaths of soldiers but also civilians. Lu Yin didn't know how many people had accepted the mysterious employer's orders to destroy planets, but he wouldn't take any risks. Chapter 475. Hai Chi-Chi's face turned even paler as she stared at the giant fireball in space. She had been on that spacecraft just a moment ago. She had known that there would not be any danger before she had left, as no one would dare to harm the Sea King's daughter. However, when she was truly faced with death, she panicked. It was not because she was afraid, but rather because this was the first time she had seen something like this. Did these people really deserve to die? What about their parents, wives, and children? They must have been in great pain in the face of death. She had thought about many things. Lu Yin did not speak to her. He set a course for Frostwave Weave and quickly rushed there. One day later, Hai Chi looked at Lu Yin seriously. Don't you have any hesitation? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. I used to, but not now. What? Are you numb? Hai Chi could not help but ask. Lu Yin looked at her. You'll feel the same when you experience death. Have you ever experienced what it feels like to be treated like white meat? White meat? Hai Chi was confused. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Food. For humans. Food. Hai Chi-Chi's expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin in shock. She had never thought that the famous Lu Yin would have such an experience, nor had she thought that the universe would have such a dark side. You were born in the Sea King's dome and are protected by the Sea King. No one in the universe dares to provoke you and you've never even seen death. That's why you're carefree and naive enough to believe that most people in the universe live like that. But in reality the universe is very cruel. Do you think that those people have never thought that they would die? From the moment they left their hometowns, they were already prepared to die. Their hands are stained with blood. Lu Yin slowly explained. Hai Chi listened quietly. She had never listened to Lu Yin as seriously as she did now. She had seen the true face of the universe. If not for the Sea King, Lu Yin would not have been interested in teaching a girl such things. He hoped that his worldview would not lead her astray. However, his worldview was normal and at the very least he would not kill for no reason. He had a bottom line and a sense of justice. He was just a little greedy. After talking for a long time, Hai Chi leaned back in her seat and looked up at the sky. Congratulations, seventh bro. You've successfully led a girl onto the wrong path. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin sighed. He did not know how his words would affect Hai Chi, but she was an adult and had her own thoughts. She would not be easily swayed by the thoughts of others. This was also the reason why the Sea King had only released her now. People had to learn to grow up. Lu Yin, I'm going to ask you a serious question. You have to answer me honestly. Hai Chi suddenly turned around and said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded and solemnly said, Go ahead. When we reach the Great Yu Empire, have you thought about where to bring me to play? Hai Chi asked seriously. Lu Yin was stunned. You've recovered? Slow down for what? Hai Chi blinked. You've just seen someone kill someone and so many of them at that, Lu Yin reminded her. Hai Chi was cold and arrogant. I'm the daughter of the Sea King and I was born as an elite among elites. I'm different from you mortals. Do I need to slow down? I said so much just now. Weren't you thinking about it? Yes, I was thinking about who was so blind as to treat you like white meat. Food is all about color, aroma, and taste. You can't even pass the first test. Lu Yin was speechless. There are actually many cruel truths in the universe. I'll tell you one by one. No need, there's nothing crueler than facing you. Hurry up and think of a place to play, or I'll tell father that you have a mistress, Hai Chi threatened. Lu Yin realized that he was losing control of this girl. He had originally thought that a show of murder would be enough to intimidate her and make her more obedient, but why did it feel like she had become even more vicious? A few days later, in Grand Top Weave, the son of an important person in the Nine Stack sect was killed by a wandering cultivator. In Wuri Weave, the headquarters of a power was destroyed by a wandering cultivator. In Lars Weave, a transport spacecraft was destroyed and all of the resources inside disappeared. The culprit was also confirmed to be a wandering cultivator. Not long after, the Great Yu Empire announced that wandering cultivators were attacking and sealed off the surrounding space. Soon after, news of wandering cultivators being hired by various great powers of the Innerverse to clean up the surrounding weaves spread. At first, the surrounding weaves did not believe it, especially the Nine Stack sect. However, as the news of Pyrolite spread, the surrounding weaves believed it and took action. On one hand, they sent people to North Castle Weave to participate in the struggle for Pyrolite. On the other hand, they sealed off the surrounding space to prevent any wandering cultivators from entering. By the time the second grade hall received the news, it was already too late to stop them. They tried to explain to the Nine Stack sect and the other powers, but they could not defend themselves. The Nine Stack sect had indeed been attacked by wandering cultivators, and even the second grade hall was not sure if they had been the ones who had been hired. After all, these wandering cultivators were not good people, and it was not impossible for them to attack the Nine Stack sect. As a result, the surrounding weaves were sealed off, and the wandering cultivators hired by the second grade hall could not approach Frostwave Weave at all. In addition, the Nine Stack sect and the other powers sent people to North Castle Weave, which happened to pass by the second grade hall's territory. Both sides clashed, and not only did the second grade hall's scheme against Frostwave Weave fail, but it also dragged them down. The Great Yu Empire obeyed Lu Yin's orders and did not participate in the struggle for Pyrolite. Instead, they withdrew all of their forces and quietly observed the battle. The Innerverse would not allow the Outerverse to interfere in the struggle for Pyrolite, and Lu Yin was very clear on this point. This was not something that could be obtained through any means. This was a difference in strength, and if the Great Yu Empire participated, it was very likely that they would be directly crushed. The Nine Stack sect and the other powers had been blinded by the Pyrolite, and it was only a matter of time before they met with misfortune. However, this storm was far greater than Lu Yin had imagined. Someone was secretly paying a high price to purchase pyrolite, and the price was so high that even the various weaves powers could not refuse. More and more Outerverse powers rushed towards North Castle Weave, wanting to participate in the struggle for pyrolite. The second grade hall could no longer handle the situation, and they had no choice but to request assistance from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, sending their top experts to participate in the struggle for pyrolite. The highest level of power had evolved from the Hunter realm to the Enlighter realm. The first Enlighter to appear was a commander from the second grade hall by the name of Karthika. His appearance shocked the Outerverse, and the situation was temporarily under control. For this reason, the Nine Stacks sect and the other powers in the surrounding weaves had paid a heavy price. Multiple fleets had been destroyed and the casualties were uncountable. There were too few known Enlighters in the Outerverse. Although the struggle for pyrolite was important, it was not at the point where the Enlighters who could control the destiny of the Outerverse would take action. Only the great powers of the Innerverse could make a move, as they had more than one Enlighter. When Karthika appeared, the Nine Stacks sect and the other powers became well behaved. However, this was only temporary. Once the production of pyrolite reached a point where it would cause others to become envious, the Outerverse Enlighters would not give up. A calamitous war that would sweep through the heavens was brewing. In the astral wilderness, the planet where the pyrolite had been discovered was named Planet Pyrolite. At this moment, the strongest person on Planet Pyrolite was undoubtedly Xiu. She was the top descendant of the Soul Dream tribe, and she was the only descendant of a great power that had appeared so far. She suppressed the Lemmeter sent by the other great powers. This was especially true for the Dire Barbarian clan, as more than 10 of their scouting teams had already been destroyed. The clan's hunters were furious, but there was nothing they could do. It would take some time for the clan's experts to arrive, and their top descendant, Avery, was a cruiser. Even if he arrived, he would not be able to enter the planet. Just you wait, slut. Lord Avery will personally capture you and torture you to death just like your seniors. The Dire Barbarian clan's Lemmeter shouted with hatred, but in the end he was killed by Shiyu's triple sonic blast. Shiyu's face was resolute as she looked at the corpses of the Dire Barbarian clan members around her. No matter how many people she killed, she would never find it too much. In at most a month, the Dire Barbarian clan's experts would arrive, and the ones closest to them would be those from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. It was time to move the pyrolite that had been mined out. Not long after, a spacecraft flew towards the Soul Dream tribe's warship. Inside was Xiu, and she had brought out the pyrolite that the Soul Dream tribe had mined. However, before the spacecraft could reach the Soul Dream tribe's warship, the ugly hunter from the Dire Barbarian clan attacked in a futile attempt to destroy the spacecraft. Fortunately, the Soul Dream tribe's hunter had acted in time and saved Xiu. However, the Dire Barbarian clan did not give up. The other powers were still mining pyrolite, and they were the only ones who had been wiped out by Xiu. The Soul Dream tribe was slightly inferior to the Dire Barbarian clan in a battle in outer space, but when Xiu used the pyrolite that she had mined as a weapon, the nature of the battle changed. The various great powers then remembered that pyrolite was a strategic resource, and once it was used it could threaten any powerhouse. As long as there was enough pyrolite, it could even threaten old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. In theory, pyrolite's destructive power could be stacked, and 1 gram was equivalent to 10,000. However, even if 50 grams of pyrolite were stacked together, it would still not be enough to threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. This was because the stacked destructive power would cancel each other out. At most, it would only be able to threaten an Enlighter. Even so, it was still very terrifying. Imagine if 1 kilogram, 10 kilograms, or even a ton of pyrolite exploded. How terrifying would that be? It could really threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 500,000. With pyrolite in hand, she was not completely defenseless. Although she did not have much, no one was willing to take the risk. In the end, the Dire Barbarian clan's expert retreated. Xiu sighed in relief. The Soul Dream tribe had mined about 10 tons of pyrolite, which was not pure pyrolite. It needed to be purified, and 10 tons of pyrolite would only yield a few grams of pyrolite at most. Fortunately, the Dire Barbarian clan's powerhouse did not know how much pyrolite the Soul Dream tribe had mined. Otherwise, he would have attacked them without any hesitation. After all, 10 tons of pyrolite exploding would only result in a power level in the tens of thousands, which was nothing to worry about. The Soul Dream tribe had mined so much pyrolite and so had the other powers. Most of them had not even mined as much as the Soul Dream tribe, as Xiyu had seized many pyrolite mines. After news of Xiyu using pyrolite to threaten the dire barbarian clan spread, the various great powers discussed and came up with a new rule. No one was allowed to steal any juniors who left planet Pyrolite. Otherwise, the war would spread to outer space and even affect the entire planet. Chapter 476. This rule had been proposed by the Soul Dream tribe first, followed by the Sword Sect, Day-Night clan and other powers. In the end, it became a rule that all powers agreed upon. No one wanted to work for nothing, especially the weaker powers. Their higher-ups definitely couldn't compare to the Sword Sect and the other powers, and they were also afraid that their disciples would be lucky enough to obtain pyrolite and have it stolen. As for whether or not disciples should be prohibited from using pyrolite on planet Pyrolite, no one suggested it. No one was stupid enough to not use it when their lives were in danger. Even if a rule was set, it was useless. Pyrolite that had not been purified was far from destructive. Planet Pyrolite attracted many powers of the Innerverse, and North Castle Weave, which was close to planet Pyrolite, also attracted many powers from the surrounding weaves. At this moment, the entire universe's attention was focused on planet Pyrolite. Finally, the Blaze Realm's reinforcements arrived. Xiyu was no longer the strongest Lemeter on planet Pyrolite, and the Blaze Realm had transferred Jared, Craner, and a group of young Lemeters to planet Pyrolite. The various powers sped up the transfer of their Lemeters, and no matter what they were doing, they all dropped everything and gathered on planet Pyrolite. This included Kuang Wang and Liu Xiaoyan, who were cultivating in the Astral Combat Academy. Naturally, the 10 Arbiters Council sent their own experts as well. Myra's spacecraft sped towards planet Pyrolite. She looked at her gadget and thought for a moment before tapping it. She was contacting Lu Yin. At this point, the entire universe had to admit that Lu Yin was the strongest Lemeter. His battle with Mu Rong had completely solidified his position, and even Yi Xingqian from the Cosmic Sea was not his match. This was a conclusion that countless experts had confirmed. Many experts had their reservations about whether or not Lu Yin had used his full strength. This made Lu Yin even more mysterious in the eyes of many, and many people wanted to know the bottom line of his power level. In the battle for planet Pyrolite, his appearance was no different from a boss. In outer space, Lu Yin was bickering with Hai Chi on a daily basis. He realized that his words had become much sharper ever since he had met Hai Chi, almost as if he was a verbal cannon. When he saw that Mira was contacting him, he tapped it open. "Long time no see, Miss Mira." "Who is it? Little 3 or little 4? Hai Chi came over to take a look. Lu Yin was helpless. "Can you not call me that? Besides, there's no relationship between us." Hai Chi rolled her eyes and gazed into outer space. Mira was sitting on a chair, her legs crossed. She was quite alluring. "If I'm not mistaken, the one beside you is the daughter of the Sea King, Hai Chi." "How did you know?" Lu Yin was shocked. "Was he being monitored?" "Snow told me about it. She said that the Sea King's daughter has quite a personality." "Brother Lu, are you currently at the Sea King's dome, or have you left?" "I'm out. Return to Frostwave Weave." Lu Yin grunted. "Something big happened at home, so I have to go back." "Will you be of any use if you go back? Or do you mean to say that you carry the dignity of the Sea King with you?" Mira asked with a smile. Her feet were crossed and her bright red nails were exceptionally beautiful. "Miss Mira, you didn't contact me just to talk about this, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Or is there something you need from Arbiter One?" Mira muttered to herself for a moment, then stood up and walked over to the transparent metal. She gazed at the stars with a solemn expression. "Do you know anything about planet Pyrolite?" "What's planet Pyrolite?" He only knew about Pyrolite, and the various powers were all gathered in North Castle Weave. It was said that a large number of pyrolites had been discovered in the astral wilderness near North Castle Weave. Could that be the so-called planet Pyrolite? Mira explained the situation on planet Pyrolite to Lu Yin, and Hai Chi's eyes lit up. "Is that fun? Only Lemeters can go there." I want to go. Lu Yin, let's go there and have fun." Lu Yin's back was facing her and he asked Mira, "You want me to go? With your strength it would be a pity if you didn't go." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Are you representing the 10 Arbiters Council, Arbiter Wen, or the erudite Flowzone behind him? Is there a difference?" Mira asked. "I'm just asking, but I probably won't go." Lu Yin immediately rejected her. "Because of the Great Yu Empire?" Lu Yin fell silent for a moment before answering. "To you, Frostwave Weave is too insignificant. If I interfere and anger some people, the Great Yu Empire will be in danger. I won't be able to protect it with my current strength, and you should know that there are already people attacking Frostwave Weave. I don't have the time to spare." Mira sighed and her enchanting eyes flashed. "What if Arbiter Wen promises to protect the Great Yu Empire?" Lu Yin did not immediately answer. "Think about it carefully." With that, Mira hung up. "Hey, why don't you go? Are you worried about your hometown? I'll ask father to speak up and I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you," Hai Chi said expectantly. Lu Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It wasn't that simple. The Sea King could protect the Great Yu Empire, but the Great Yu Empire would eventually become the Sea Kings. He was not willing to do that unless he had no other choice. Furthermore, sending an ant into such a storm was extremely risky. Given Lu Yin's cautious nature, he would try his best not to get involved. As for Hai Dashao's suggestion that the betrothal gift had to be pyrolite, Lu Yin pretended not to hear it. He could not afford to gamble on it. Not long after, the spacecraft's alarm sounded. Lu Yin and Hai Chi looked ahead where a battle was taking place. Countless battleships filled the sky and there were also many space-exploring powerhouses fighting. A shockwave swept out, causing the spacecraft to tremble. Lu Yin's expression changed. "It's the shockwaves from a battle between hunters. We'll have to take a detour." Hai Chi stared at the sky. This was an interstellar war and it was her first time seeing it. The entire sky was filled with all sorts of attacks and at any moment a spacecraft could explode. Planets could be destroyed at any moment, and black holes could form that black holes that devoured everything around them. War was different from actual battles as one could be unscrupulous in war. When Hai Chi saw a cruiser destroy a planet and use the planet's destruction to destroy an entire fleet, she deeply understood this saying. Corpses floated about in space from time to time, but they were quickly incinerated by all sorts of energy or even destroyed. The constant explosions of planets shocked her. How many people could live on a single habitable planet? She could almost see countless people wailing in agony. Hai Chi thought of the Sea King's dome. If the Sea King's dome ever went to war, would it end up like this as well? She turned to look at Lu Yin. Was such a war happening in his hometown? Lu Yin looked at the route and saw that they had taken 5 more days than they had originally planned. They had originally planned to travel in 20 days, but now they had taken 5 more days. This was within his expectations as there were too many variables in a cosmic voyage. Adding 5 more days was already considered good. Is there such a war happening in your hometown? Hai Chi could not help but ask. Lu Yin nodded and replied with a complicated expression, "It's more troublesome than that. This is just a war within the outerverse weaves. My hometown is being coveted by the innerverse great powers. If a war breaks out, the scale will far exceed this and the results will be tragic." Hai Chi fell silent. It was not that she was insensible, but rather that she had not experienced it before. Now she could feel it. "I'll ask my father to protect your hometown." Lu Yin looked at Hai Chi in astonishment. This was the second time she had said this. The first time had been because she wanted to play, but this time, Lu Yin could feel her sincerity. He smiled. "There's no need for that. The situation in the universe is far more complicated than you think. Once Senior Sea King intervenes, it will attract even more variables. That's the final step and there's no need to take that step for now." Hai Chi nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. "I couldn't tell. You don't look like much, but you do have some intelligence." Lu Yin turned around with his back facing Hai Chi. Was this girl praising him or insulting him? He was a little unsure. After circling around the war zone, the spacecraft continued to travel smoothly. Hai Chi fell asleep while Lu Yin received a call from Lily Ann. As expected, since Mira had contacted him, Lily Ann could not sit still. Perhaps someone else would contact him as well, and Lily Ann was not the first, nor would she be the last. Compared to the Wen family that Mira represented, The Northline flow zone that Lily and the others represented paled in comparison. Brother Lu, have you left the Sea King's dome? Lillian asked. Lu Yin replied, yes, and I'm currently heading towards Frostwave Weave. The situation in Frostwave Weave has stabilized. The second grade hall recruited independent cultivators to attack the various weaves south of Northcastle Weave, which caused public outrage. Independent cultivators are unable to enter, and Frostwave Weave is not participating in the struggle for Pyrolite. It's stable for now, so Brother Lu can rest assured. Lillian smiled. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for telling me about the Pyrolite in Frostwave Weave. However, I have to make it clear that I will not be participating in the struggle for planet Pyrolite. Lillian fell silent. It seems like someone has found Brother Lu before us. Lu Yin did not try to hide anything. It's a friend, but I rejected her as well. The Great Yu Empire is too insignificant, and if something happens because of my participation, I'll become a sinner of my homeland. I'm sure Miss Inner can understand this. Lillian sighed. I understand the sorrow of the weak. All right, but I still have to state the conditions that Northline Flow Zone wants Brother Lu's help with. First, the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone has to acknowledge Brother Lu's position in the 10 Arbiters Council as well as your authority to supervise and judge the younger generation of Northline Flow Zone. Chapter 477. Lillian wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's answer, but she could only bitterly reply, I know. Then sorry for disturbing you, Brother Lu. After this competition, the Barth Jacques family will still head to Frostwave Weave to investigate and help the Great Yu Empire recover its economy. Consider it a contribution from the Northline Flow Zone to the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was grateful and ended the call. Mira had promised Arbiter Wen to protect the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin didn't know how trustworthy this promise was or how much Arbiter Wen could do for the Great Yu Empire. Just like how the second grade hall could recruit independent cultivators to deal with the Great Yu Empire, other powers could use various methods to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Even the relentless Slayer's assassination of the Great Yu Empire's upper echelons was enough to destabilize the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin felt powerless. An empire that had almost unified a weave was still so helpless. He once again felt aggrieved, just like when he had been treated like a piece of white meat. That aggrieved feeling infuriated him and he wanted to explode. There were two sides to every coin. He could use his various identities to intimidate his enemies, but they could also use the Great Yu Empire to intimidate him. It would be better if the Great Yu Empire was stronger. For example, it could unify not just one weave but 2, 3, 4 or even 5, just like Endless Weave, which was the strongest of the 72 weaves. Then he wouldn't have to worry so much. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as something ignited in his heart. Not long after he ended the call with Lily N, another call request appeared. This time it was from the Astral Combat Academy's internal contact and it was from Shiyu. Lu Yin was surprised. He hadn't contacted this girl ever since he had mocked her for being a washboard. He hadn't expected her to contact him now. She seemed to be from the Soul Dream tribe. Lu Yin accepted the call and a clear voice sounded from the other end. Is this student Lu? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You're not Shiyu? My name is Lan Yu and I'm from the Soul Dream tribe. Shiyu has entered planet Pyrolite and is unable to contact the outside world, so I'm contacting you on her behalf. Lu Yin grunted. Is something the matter, Miss Lan Yu? I'll get straight to the point. The Soul Dream tribe would like to ask for your help in seizing the Pyrolite mine. Lu Yin immediately declined. Sorry, but I won't help. Student Lu, please listen to the Soul Dream tribe's conditions, Lan Yu said. Without waiting for him to speak, she continued. My tribe is willing to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire and will do our best to help the Great Yu Empire enter the Innerverse. Lu Yin was shocked as these conditions were far too tempting. Forming a marriage alliance with the Soul Dream tribe was the dream of countless powers in the universe. This was because the Soul Dream tribe was filled with beauties, and they would even help the Great Yu Empire enter the Innerverse. This was not just a matter of words, as even Northline Flow Zone would not be able to offer such generous conditions. Miss Lan Yue, can you speak on behalf of the Soul Dream tribe? Lan Yu smiled. Of course. This is the most sincere offer from our Soul Dream tribe. Is there a need for Student Lu to hesitate? Lu Yin frowned. When is the wedding? Anyone from the Great Yu Empire? Of course, as long as it's someone designated by student Lu. What time? There are many rules in our clan, so it might take a long time. But we can make preparations first. Lan Yu did not explain. Beside him, Hai Chi-Chi, who had been sleeping, suddenly cut off his communicator. Lu Yin was stunned. What are you doing? Hai Chi-Chi pouted. This woman is clearly stalling for time. She wants to form a marriage alliance with our Sea King's dome, not the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin laughed. I couldn't tell that you knew about this. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. I'm more handsome and intelligent than you. This is nothing. Hai Chi-Chi was right. Lan Yu's goal was simple. To stall for time until Lu Yin became the Sea King's son-in-law. Only then would they be willing to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire and form a relationship with the Sea King's dome. Otherwise, why would the Soul Dream tribe be willing to pay such a huge price just to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yu Empire? Even if it was for pyrolite, it was not worth it. After all, it was not easy to bring a power into the Innerverse. Of course, the Soul Dream tribe knew that Lu Yin would be able to guess their intentions, but this was a win-win situation. Once the Great Yu Empire formed a marriage alliance with the Soul Dream tribe, Lu Yin's power would increase, and it would be even more beneficial to him. They were not worried that Lu Yin would refuse. Of course, even if Lu Yin did not become the Sea King's son-in-law in the end, they would not lose out. Their main goal was still to get Lu Yin to help them fight for pyrolite. As for the marriage alliance, they would have all sorts of excuses to refuse. Lu Yin opened his communicator again and contacted Lan Yu. My apologies, Miss Lan Yu. There was a battle between hunters that disrupted the signal. It's fine, Student Lu. What do you think of our Soul Dream tribe's conditions? Lan Yu asked confidently. There should not be anyone in the Outerverse who could refuse such an offer, as entering the Innerverse was the dream of countless Outerverse powers. Lu Yin would not refuse either, as this would increase his own strength. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had refused. Lan Yu was shocked. Student Lu, you don't agree? Lu Yin replied, Miss Lan Yu, your condition should be that I become the Sea King's son-in-law and that the Sea King will step in to protect the Great Yu Empire. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you, as the Sea King will not step in. The moment I act, the Great Yu Empire's chances of destruction are too high. I cannot take this risk. Lan Yu was puzzled. The Sea King is not willing to step in to protect the Great Yu Empire? You're the Sea King's son-in-law. Lu Yin apologized once more and hung up. The Soul Dream tribe was eager for the Sea King to step in. As for who the Great Yu Empire would end up in, that had nothing to do with them. They only wanted to form a relationship with the Sea King's dome and have Lu Yin help them fight for the pyrolite mines. However, Lu Yin wanted freedom. If the Great Yu Empire ended up in the Sea King's dome, then he would have no home. Since he had never intended to become the Sea King's son-in-law, he could only leave. His goal was to use the tiger's skin as a banner, and he would not forget that there was a girl waiting for him on the Shenwu continent. That bundle of hair was still in his cosmic ring. For some reason, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Zhou Day-Night and her sorrowful and helpless eyes. He subconsciously looked at Hai Chi-Chi's eyes, which were mischievous, crafty, and even rolling her eyes. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Don't even think about it. Your looks aren't good enough for me, Hai Chi-Chi said. Lu Yin turned around as he recognized the facts. No matter what Hai Chi-Chi said, as long as he ignored her, no matter how fierce her tongue was, it would be useless. There were already 3 powers looking for him, and he didn't know who would be next, but he was still looking forward to it. Defeating Mu Rong had allowed him to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. Perhaps to Lamiters he was a monster. 5 days later, Hu Qingshan contacted Lu Yin and told him that enlighters had appeared one after another. Hua Howie from the Blaze realm, Granny Chan from the Northline flow zone, Elder Qing Han from the Soul Dream tribe, Karthika from the Second Grade Hall, and many others had already entered the astral wilderness. As more and more enlighters appeared, the Outerverse powers like the 9-Stack sect shrank back and no longer dared to approach North Castle Weave. However, they secretly wanted to ally with each other, and they even planned to invite the Outerverse powers with enlighters to join forces and charge into the astral wilderness. Of course, they had also approached the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin had rejected them. Against the enormous powers of the Innerverse, even if they invited one or two enlighters, it would still be useless. It should be known that the top powerhouses from the Sword Sect, Day-Night Clan, Wen family and other powers had yet to appear. The enlighters from these powers far surpassed the enlighters in the Outerverse, and their power levels were not limited by a single realm. It was just like how Lu Yin and Shi were both Limeters, but the difference between them was as great as the heavens. Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan had arrived at the Astral Wilderness, and she had brought along Northgate Gang and the other Limeters. There were also quite a few older Limeters who were even stronger than Northgate Gang. Ah Fan, who had originally reported to San Dios, had also been brought along. Northline Flowzone wanted to gather all of its forces to seize Pyrolite or Lily and was an explorer and could not enter planet Pyrolite, so she could only accompany Granny Chan and the others to wait outside. Northgate Lai was also on his way. All of the great powers were researching how to allow explorers to safely enter the planet. Although they did not know if their research would succeed, all of the powers had mobilized their explorers to make preparations. The Wen family arrived shortly after Northline Flowzone. Over 100 Limeters from the Wen family, both young and old, boarded the personal spacecraft that had been prepared for them and rushed towards planet Pyrolite. Wen Qian'er was among them and she looked excited. She had long since wanted to spar with the various powerhouses of the universe, and this was an excellent opportunity. She hoped that the so-called unequaled Limeters would also show up so that she could experience their strength. On the other side, the Limeters from the second grade hall had also arrived. However, it was not just the second grade hall that had sent people, as even the first grade hall and the divine grade hall had sent people over. Quang Wang was one of them, and he felt very helpless as he had been dragged out of the Astral Combat Academy to participate in the battle for Pyrolite or he had not wanted to come, but the Divine Great Hall had given him a simple order: seize. Although Quang Wang was arrogant, he still had his principles and bottom line. He would not do something like this, and he felt that he should keep a low profile and not be so arrogant. Don't be too arrogant. We were the ones who discovered this place first, so why should we give it to you? Quang Wang had just landed on planet Pyrolite when he heard his name being called. He turned around in annoyance and saw a group of Limeters arguing, with the word arrogant occasionally being called out. He frowned and soared into the sky to look down at the group. You can argue, but don't call my name so often. Who's so arrogant? Quang Wang was enraged and he raised his arm. A gray dragon roared out from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the horrified gazes of the many Limeters, the dragon lashed out with its tail, sending everyone flying. Some of them were even crushed into the ground, and they were all in a miserable state. Quang Wang raised his head. What a bunch of trash. Behind him, more than 10 second grade hall cultivators wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Lord Quang Wang, there's one of our own in there. Quang Wang rolled his eyes. More and more heirs from various powers appeared, but the most dazzling were still the heirs from the 8 great flow zones, especially the Wen family's Wen Qian'er, the Blaze Realm's Jared, and the Divine Grade Hall's Quang Wang and Hui Chuan. They had swept through the area and occupied the Pyrolite, or that had previously been occupied by the other powers. Under these circumstances, she was very unlucky to have run into Jared. Chapter 478. Shiyu wasn't much weaker than Jared, but there was still a gap between them. Shiyu and Michelle were about the same level, but Jared had already been an area master when Michelle had first joined the Astral Combat Academy. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, the Blaze Realm had given him a strand of karmic fire, which allowed him to use their inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword. Jared hadn't used the Karmic Flame Sword against Shiyu as there was no need for it. He had used the battle technique he had obtained from the trial zones, the Great Illusory Hands, and he had easily defeated Shiyu. Shiyu hadn't even had time to use her musical battle technique, but fortunately she had detonated all of the Pyrolite ore in her cosmic ring. Shiyu's status as the strongest Limeter on planet Pyrolite had completely disappeared, and the heirs of the great powers had revealed themselves. 7 days passed and Lu Yin and Hai Chichi were still traveling through outer space. The situation in North Castle Weave had been stabilized by several enlighters, But the battle on planet Pyrolite was becoming more and more intense, and the number of casualties was increasing. The various great powers spacecraft were like monsters that looked down on planet Pyrolite and monitored everything that was happening. They could see all of the battle scenes, such as when Qianer leading the Wen family to defeat a certain flow zone's power, Jared showing off his might and slaughtering all of the disciples of a certain power, and Quang Wang following the second grade hall's main force in a very low-key manner without making a single move. Planet Pyrolite's landscape was barren and there weren't many plants. What it did have were very tenacious plants like cacti that were barely surviving. There were also very few creatures and most of them lived underground, occasionally crawling out to search for water. A gale swept up dark red sand as it swept across the sky. In the distance, dozens of tornadoes suddenly formed and headed towards a group of people. A group of cloaked people held detectors in their hands, and they sometimes separated and sometimes gathered to discuss the situation. Just as the tornadoes were about to reach them, one of the people in the group raised a hand. Powerful star energy transformed into a formless hand that swept away the tornadoes. In an instant, the world returned to its original calm state. The others weren't surprised, as a limiter could easily destroy a planet if given enough time, let alone suppress a planet's astronomical phenomenon. Suddenly, someone in the group cried out in alarm, and the others immediately gathered around. That's right, there's a huge reaction of pyrolite. There's a large amount of pyrolite gathering up ahead. Can you tell the distance? It should be 100 kilometers away. To planet Pyrolite, 100 kilometers was a very small distance, but to humans it was a very long distance. At the very least, most cultivators couldn't see beyond 100 kilometers with their eyes. Only a few powerhouses and those with extraordinary innate gifts could see beyond that distance. Coincidentally, a pair of intelligent eyes looked up from the crowd and gazed into the distance. There's a mountain 100 kilometers away. Miss, that mountain should be where the pyrolite mines are located. The reaction is huge, so there should be quite a bit of pyrolite, someone said excitedly. Let's go, we'll talk about it after we occupy it. After saying that, the group of people rushed towards the mountain. Coincidentally, on the other side of the mountain, which was about 328 miles away, another group of people also noticed them. This group of people was much more complicated than the previous group, because almost all of them had strange abnormal beasts by their side. This group of people came from the second grade hall. Gadgets couldn't be used on planet Pyrolite, so neither side was aware of the other's existence. It wasn't until they reached the bottom of the mountain that they discovered each other's tracks. A battle immediately broke out without any hesitation. The second grade hall group was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position because of the woman in the group. She was Wen Qianer, and her star energy filled the air with a pink aura. This was her domain. Han Chong could use star energy to draw mountains and rivers, while Wen Qianer could use star energy to draw pink skeletons. Pink skeletons were just a description, but when Wen Qianer's star energy came into contact with them, the pink aura could really erode a person's willpower. Nearly half of the second grade hall group instantly lost their ability to fight, and they were suppressed by the Wen family's limiters. The erudite flow zone and the beast tamer's flow zone were neighbors, so there wasn't much enmity between them. When Qianer waved her hand and had someone check the amount of pyrolite before sending out a signal to the Wen family in outer space so that they could gather there. If the Wen family could see it, then so could the other powers. However, there weren't many who could compete with the Wen family. The Wen family smoothly set up the mining equipment and prepared to mine the pyrolite. Suddenly, Wen Qianer's expression changed and she dodged to the side. A sinister snake with a long horn on its head tore at her from where she had been standing. Wen Qianer turned around and flicked her finger, wanting to destroy the snake with a gust of wind. However, the snake easily blocked Wen Qianer's gust, opened its mouth, and let out a strange roar that shook the heavens and earth. It formed a gray hurricane that swept through the area. The hurricane didn't damage the air, ground, or even the mining equipment, but it made everyone from the Wen family feel nauseous. Wen Qianer's face was pale, and when she saw the snake bite her again, her gaze turned cold. She raised her left index finger and said, "Literary prison, the number of 8. The next moment, words floated in the void and trapped the snake within. No matter how the snake attacked, it couldn't shake the literary prison. The literary prison was a battle technique that had been passed down in the Wen family since ancient times, and it could only be formed by mastering the number of 8. Xianxia just so happened to have mastered the number of 8. At that moment, a figure attacked from behind Xianxia. Xianxia did not move, but someone from the Wen family attacked. It was a middle-aged man, and he raised a hand to repel the figure before standing behind Xianxia. There were many people in the Wen family who had reached the Lamita realm but were unable to break through. These people were not as talented as Lu Yin and the others, but they had plenty of battle experience. This person had pretended to be powerless after being attacked by the snake, and now that he had suddenly attacked, the figure was caught off guard and severely injured. Xianxia slowly turned around and looked at the pale-faced man who was lying on the ground. "You must be Wuxia." The man spat out a mouthful of blood. "I never thought that the Wen family's young miss would know a nobody like me." Xianxia's lips curled up. "You're not a nobody. You're one of the top youths in the Divine Grade Hall. Unfortunately, you can't compare to Quang Wang and the others. Didn't they come? You want to see them?" Wuxia spoke with great difficulty as he raised a hand and pointed at the ground in the distance. Xianxia lowered her head and her expression changed. At some point in time, a small blade of grass had swayed in the wind. It looked very weak, as if it could be blown away at any moment, but Xianxia acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She recognized that this was Emperor Butterfly Grass, a tyrannical plant that could expel star energy. This plant was one of Quang Wang's tamed beasts. Quang Wang had arrived. The Astral Combat Tournament had allowed countless people in the universe to witness the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's realm masters. Although Quang Wang had been defeated by Liu Xiaoqiu, his strength was unquestionable. Even if he was not at the top, he was still quite terrifying, and at the very least he was enough to make Xianxia apprehensive. When the Emperor Butterfly Grass was discovered, regardless of whether it was Xianxia or the other members of the Wen family, they all found that the star energy in their bodies had been forcefully expelled. Planet Pyrolite did not have any star energy to begin with, and it could only be absorbed using star crystals or star essence. Now that the star energy had been expelled during the battle, they had no time to absorb it, which was fatal. To Quang Wang, Planet Pyrolite was his home ground. Anyone who fought him would first face a situation where they did not have enough star energy. Unless they were at Liu Xiaoqiu's level, even those who were close to his strength would not be his match. Xianxia was one such example. If she had been at her peak, she was confident that she could have trapped Quang Wang with her literary prison and defeated him. However, she could not do so now. Her remaining star energy was not enough to form a literary prison, and even the literary prison that had trapped the strange snake was dissipating. Emperor Butterfly Grass could expel star energy and form a vacuum of star energy. This was the terror of Emperor Butterfly Grass, and it was also the terror of Quang Wang on Planet Pyrolite. Quang Wang appeared amidst the sandstorm and walked over step by step. A giant azure dragon roared out of his left arm and covered the sky. No one dared to underestimate Quang Wang, especially at this moment. "Retreat on your own. I don't want to hurt you," Quang Wang said calmly as he looked at Xianxia. Not too far away from Xianxia, 2 kilometers from the Wen family suddenly attacked. Battle force surrounded their bodies, and the 2 three-lined battle force cultivators surrounded Quang Wang. They wanted to use their physical strength to break through Quang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass. The azure dragon continued to soar through the sky. Below, Quang Wang suddenly looked up as pure purple battle force covered his entire body. This was 4-line battle force. During the Astral Combat Tournament he had only had 3-line battle force, but now he had broken through to 4-line battle force. Every additional line represented a different level of power. The 2 Wen family's 3-lined battle force cultivators were easily defeated by Quang Wang. Xianxia was unwilling to give up. She raised a finger and a 28 literary prison appeared around Quang Wang. Unfortunately, due to the lack of star energy, the literary prison was too weak, and it was shattered by the azure dragon's tail. "I'll say it one last time. Retreat, and this mountain belongs to me." Quang Wang raised his head. Wuxia, who was lying on the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up. The literary prison that had trapped the strange snake had disappeared, and the snake landed on Wuxia's shoulder. It was his tamed beast. No matter how unwilling Xianxia was, it was useless. She helplessly waved her hand, and the entire Wen family retreated. The dignified Wen family, one of the 8 great flow zones and the leading family of the erudite flow zone, had been forced to retreat. Wen Qian'er felt humiliated and she glared at Kuang Wang. Just you wait. Kuang Wang did not care. Planet Pyrolite was his home turf, and anyone who fought with him here would be weakened by a level. He was even confident that he could challenge Lu Xiaoqiu again. Even though Lu Xiaoqiu had defeated him with the Emperor Butterfly Grass single vacuum, that was back then. Kuang Wang's battle force had already reached 4-lined, and he was confident that he could block Lu Xiaoqiu's sword. As long as he could block that sword, he would be able to counterattack. In the end, cultivators relied on star energy as their foundation. Without star energy they were nothing. Of course, a freak like Lu Yin did not count, and Kuang Wang was not arrogant enough to challenge Lu Yin. Whether it was in the outside world or on planet Pyrolite, Lu Yin was a monster. The Wen family had retreated, but Kuang Wang had forcefully kept the mining equipment. According to the Wen family's explorations, this mountain indeed contained a lot of pyrolite ore. According to their estimations, there might be 0.5 kilogram of purified pyrolite or even more. The amount of pyrolite that had been found in other parts of the astral wilderness did not even add up to 0.5 kilogram. Usually, an entire planet would be completely mined and only a few dozen grams of pyrolite would be found. The fact that this mountain contained so much pyrolite excited the second grade hall, and they immediately gathered people to take full control of the mountain. As for the Emperor Butterfly Grass, Kuang Wang did not absorb it into his body, as he wanted to forever maintain the only vacuum of star energy around the mountain. This mountain was personally named Pyrolite Mountain by Kuang Wang. Chapter 479. The discovery of Pyrolite Mountain caused the second grade hall to become the target of public criticism. Wen Qian'er had not publicly announced the amount of pyrolite in Pyrolite Mountain, but the various powers had their own ways of investigating it, and there were always spies. Not long after, the amount of pyrolite in Pyrolite Mountain shook the universe, and the various powers were alarmed. 1 kilogram of pyrolite was equivalent to 500 grams. What would happen if 500 grams of pyrolite exploded? No one knew. In terms of destructive power, it was enough to destroy an entire region of space. Even powerhouses with power levels over 500,000 could be injured or even killed if they were to face such destructive power head-on. Of course, that was only the consequence of facing such destructive power head-on. Powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands could not possibly allow such destructive power to explode. They could tear through the void and redirect the destructive power. But without considering the powerhouses, this destructive power was truly terrifying. And this was only the preliminary investigation. There might even be more pyrolite. In an instant, Pyrolite Mountain became the focal point of the various powers. All of them wanted to take it for themselves, but no one dared to make a move against Kuang Wang. Many powers began to form an alliance, and from that day onwards, Pyrolite Mountain became a battleground. Powerhouses attacked it every day, and there was no lack of major powers among them. The second grade hall felt the pressure. If all of the powers became enemies, then even Kuang Wang would not be able to hold on. Furthermore, the top limiters had yet to arrive. Under such circumstances, there were naturally powers that wanted to ally with the second grade hall. Among the strongest powers, the Day-Night clan was the first to find the second grade hall. There was an inhabited planet in North Castle Weave that was close to Frostwave Weave. The civilization on this planet was still in its embryonic stages of technological advancement, and their method of warfare was still the ancient muskets. The originally peaceful planet had been disrupted by the sudden appearance of the second grade hall, and the civilization on the planet had been torn apart. The second grade hall was like a monster that had descended from the heavens and instantly suppressed the entire civilization on the planet. This planet was the second grade hall's frontline in their war against Frostwave Weave. Karthika the Enlighter was on this planet. After Pyrolite Mountain was discovered, Karthika could no longer sit still. He knew that all of the powers were coveting Pyrolite Mountain, and he wanted to go to the astral wilderness to oversee it. Before he could leave, the entire planet began to rain. This was a rain that spread throughout the entire planet. This rain caused Karthika's expression to turn serious, and he even felt fear. The rain was very light, and many of the cultivators from the second grade hall found it strange. They tried to investigate why such a heavy downpour had suddenly occurred, but they were all stopped by Karthika. He stood in the rain and raised his head. Long time no see. It's been over 1,000 years. The curtain of rain parted and an old woman with black and white hair slowly walked out. Under the gazes of many second-grade hall cultivators, she stopped in front of Karthika. Almost there. Khadgar made an inviting gesture. The old woman nodded and followed Karthika into the second-grade hall's headquarters on this planet. The two of them appeared in the reception room and sat down like two ordinary people meeting. In fact, many powerhouses were not as dignified as outsiders thought. They had their own feelings, their own way of life, and many still maintained the habits of ordinary people. They were no different from ordinary people when they didn't unleash their combat power. Perhaps one day walking beside a seeker would be an emissary with a combat power of more than 500,000. I thought that you would never leave Night King planet, Night Queen Chuyu, Karthika sighed as he looked at the old woman in front of him. Night Queen Chuyu's tone was cold. I also thought that I would never leave, but the clan needed me, so I had no choice. What happened between the two of you in the past? Before Karthika could finish speaking, Night Queen Chuyu interrupted him. There's no need to mention what happened in the past. Someone will repay that debt. You should know why I'm looking for you. Karthika's expression turned solemn. Is it about Pyrolite Mountain? Night Queen Chuyu looked at Karthika seriously. You're very smart and you should know that you can't defend Pyrolite Mountain on your own. The various powers are aligned together and your clan is no exception. Karthika replied, Of course I know that, but I have many choices, especially the Wen family and the Sword sect, which are close by. Enough with the nonsense. It's impossible for the Wen family and the Sword sect to work together. It's precisely because they're too close that their interests will clash, so it's impossible for the two of you to form an alliance. Our Day-Night clan is the one that fits your criteria the best. You both need strength and you're far away from each other. There won't be any conflicts of interest. Night Queen Chuyu tyrannically interrupted Karthika for the second time. Karthika smiled bitterly. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed at all. Night Queen Chuyu's gaze was resolute. We'll work together, and the refined pyrolite from Pyrolite Mountain will be split equally. This is the most generous offer that our Day-Night clan can offer. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Karthika was helpless. There's no need to think about it. We'll work together with you. To the Beast Tamer's flow zone, the Wen family and the Sword sect were not very good partners. They were neighbors and they needed pyrolite to increase their strength. If they increased their strength, then the neighboring flow zones would weaken. Thus, they could only be competitors and it was impossible for them to work together. This was also the reason why the Wen family and the Sword sect had not sought him out. As for the other flow zones, they were either too far away or too weak. Even the Blazing Mist flow zone was not a good partner in Karthika's eyes. Karthika did not doubt the Day-Night clan's strength, especially after they had received news that the Day-Night clan had found traces of the third Night King. Although he was not sure if this news was true, if the third Night King had really been found, then the balance of the universe would change. Thus, it was important to maintain a good working relationship with the Day-Night clan. Night Queen Chuyu looked at Karthika with admiration. A wise choice. My Day-Night clan's Lemaitre Juniors will not disappoint you. Karthika nodded. With Kwang Wang's Emperor Butterfly Grass and the Day-Night clan's Lemaitre Juniors, there's no way for anything to go wrong. No way. Don't forget that there's someone who has a grudge against you right now and he's on his way here, Night Queen Chuyu said. Karthika was confused. Who? The Sea King's prospective son-in-law. Night Queen Chuyu's eyes narrowed. Karthika's eyes went wide. Buin, if we don't get rid of him, then no one will be his match once he joins the contest on planet Pyrolite. Pyrolite Mountain will belong to whoever he helps, Night Queen Chuyu said calmly. Karthika was put in a difficult position. He's the Sea King's prospective son-in-law and he's connected to many powers. We can't kill him. I know. Elder Yuanjing also said that we can't touch him, but we have to make sure that he doesn't participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Otherwise he'll be the biggest variable. You should understand the influence of someone who's truly invincible within the same realm, Night Queen Chuyu said coldly. Karthika's expression changed and he thought about it for a moment before looking at Night Queen Chuyu. I'll leave planet Pyrolite to you. I'll personally go to the Great Yu Empire and make sure that he doesn't take action. Night Queen Chuyu nodded. Although it's not worth it to mobilize an enlighter for a Lemeter Jr., the contest on planet Pyrolite is too important. Go ahead and I'll take care of things on planet Pyrolite. Alright, let's work well together. Let's work well together. In outer space, Lu Yin continuously refreshed the news about North Castle Weave, trying his best to find out more about the contest on planet Pyrolite. However, there was not a single mention of it on the network, and he couldn't even find the word Pyrolite. Although the network was connected to many people, it was the same as in the real world where too much information was blocked. Even if Lu Yin revealed some information about Pyrolite, there was still no information on the network and only the various great powers knew about it. Beside him, Haichichi was playing a game. She suddenly realized that there were many more fun games in the Outerverse than in the Innerverse. In her words, the Outerverse was the weakest in the Outerverse as these games made people lose their will to play. Lu Yin couldn't refute her for the time being. His gadget beeped and Lu Yin glanced at it. His expression changed and a bone-chilling look appeared in his eyes. Enlighter Karthika has appeared on Xenu Star. An enlighter's speed in outer space was even faster than a radiant-grade aurora. There were only a dozen or so filaments between North Castle Weave's border and Xenu Star, which was a very short distance for Karthika. There were no enlighters in the Great Yu Empire, and Karthika's appearance meant that the entire Great Yu Empire was under his control. The lives of Xianxia, Banjiu Luing Zishan, and the others were all in his hands. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Karthika's goal was simple. He wanted to force Lu Yin to stay out of the contest on planet Pyrolite. Karthika's existence was irresistible to Lemeters, and once he took action, it would basically determine who would be the biggest winner on planet Pyrolite. Whoever Karthika helped would be able to obtain the most Pyrolite. Pyrolite was a strategic resource, and this was a war that had yet to spread, but was already sweeping through the Innerverse and Outerverse. Lu Yin knew that he was important, but he hadn't expected an enlighter to personally restrain him. There had probably been no other Lemeter since ancient times, and he was probably the only Lemeter who had been personally restrained by an enlighter. The message had been sent to him by Xianxia. Karthika had arrived on Xenu Star and immediately suppressed the entire planet, but fortunately he hadn't killed anyone. Xianxia and the others weren't stupid, and they hadn't acted against an enlighter. Xenu Star was still relatively stable for the time being, but this was all under the premise that Lu Yin obediently returned to Xenu Star and didn't participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Karthika might not kill Lu Yin, but he definitely wouldn't go easy on Xianxia and the others. Lu Yin glanced at Haichichi. He could contact the Sea King and give the Great Yu Empire to the Sea King's dome. Regardless of whether the Sea King accepted it or not, Karthika would still have some misgivings. But if he did that, then he would have no way out. The Great Yu Empire would no longer belong to the Yushan family, and his position as royal regent would become a joke. He could also ignore the Great Yu Empire, as he wasn't actually a descendant of King Zishan. Everything had been fabricated by Big Sis. However, he had lived on Earth for a long time and he cherished those memories and feelings. He admitted that he was an Earthling and he didn't want to let go of them. Undying Yushan had treated him very well and had even passed on the Yu secret art to him. Lu Yin was unable to repay this kindness. It was impossible for him to give up on the Great Yu Empire, as he would never be able to give up on these feelings. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Sometimes, it wasn't good to stand too high, as it was easy to attract everyone's attention. This was especially true for someone like him who didn't have a powerful background. Uncle Hua, tell Karthika that I won't act. I'll stay in the Great Yu Empire until the contest for Pyrolite is over, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Got it. Xianxia's tone wasn't very pleasant either. He was a hunter, yet he was being used to threaten a Lemeter. This was the first time in history that someone had experienced something like this. Chapter 480. On Xenu Star, Karthika stood in the Imperial Palace's court when Xianxia appeared behind him. The royal regent guarantees that he will not participate in your competition. Karthika turned around, not interested in Xianxia's words at all. This was within his expectations, as Lu Yin would not be able to escape from Karthika's control unless he had an even stronger background that was willing to help him. But now, Karthika was more interested in the person in front of him. As an outerverse cultivator, it's not easy to become a hunter. I can recommend you to join the second grade hall. Are you interested? Xianxia politely declined. Sorry, but this junior does not wish to leave his homeland. Karthika disdainfully replied, a mere frost wave weave is enough to trap you. It must be a coincidence that you were able to cultivate to the hunter realm. He then took a step forward and disappeared. Actually, Karthika could leave at this point as Zhou Xian was right here and he could not escape. Lu Yin did not dare to go back on his word as he could not afford to pay such a price. However, he wanted to stay and take a look at Lu Yin. There had been an unparalleled powerhouse in their era who had been unrivaled within the same realm, and that person had left a deep impression on Karthika. Lu Yin had also been unrivaled within the same realm, and Karthika wanted to see if Lu Yin was similar to that person. Also, the competition on planet Pyrolite would only become more and more intense. Since Karthika could retreat behind the scenes, he naturally did not want to take the lead. Instead, he would let Night Queen Chuyu take the lead. The Day-Night clan was known for their tyranny, and the more enemies they had, the easier it would be for others to relax. Karthika felt the same way. For now, the Day-Night clan might be the most suitable partner, but who knew what would happen in the future? Zhou Xian's scenery was not bad. In the astral wilderness, a giant warship was ablaze. It had not been destroyed but rather burned on its own. This was a spacecraft from the Blaze Realm. Inside the Blaze Realm spacecraft, a figure was quietly looking down at planet Pyrolite. The intense heat around him had caused the void to distort. His entire body was like a sun, but he did not cause any harm to his surroundings. He was Hua Howie, an enlighter from the Blaze Realm who had a power level of 240,000. Not too far away from Hua Howie, the void distorted, and a strong but ugly middle-aged man walked out. He faced Hua Howie and said in a dull voice, I am Lei Long from the Dire Barbarian clan. Hua Howie turned around and stared at the middle-aged man, especially his face. His eyes flickered. The Dire Barbarian tribe's appearance was quite unique. How should he describe it? He couldn't be described as ugly but rather ferocious. He was the complete opposite of the Soul Dream tribe. The Soul Dream tribe had many beautiful women, but the Dire Barbarian clan rarely had anyone with decent looks. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the Dire Barbarian clan and the Soul Dream tribe had been enemies for generations. The Dire Barbarian clan wanted to use the Soul Dream tribe's genes to modify their next generation's appearance, but the Soul Dream tribe naturally hated the Dire Barbarian clan, especially for their methods of doing things. Therefore, it was very easy to identify members of the Dire Barbarian clan. All they had to do was look at their appearance. The Dire Barbarian clan was already used to it, so Lei Long didn't mind Hua Howie paying attention to his appearance. Brother Lei, why have you come here? Hua Howie asked. Lei Long said, let's form an alliance. Hua Howie pondered. Lei Long continued saying, right now, all of the great powers are forming alliances, so it's impossible to steal Pyrolite alone. From what I know, even the second grade hall has formed an alliance with the Day-Night clan. Brother Hua, you should know that the strongest power on planet Pyrolite is the second grade hall. Hua Howie looked at Lei Long. We can form an alliance, but how do we split the Pyrolite or? Of course we'll split it evenly. Hua Howie laughed. Brother Lei, you're thinking too simply. My Blaze Realm is the closest to this place and we can dispatch experts at any time. Your Dire Barbarian clan is far away, and you don't have any limiters who are worthy of being called out. Brother Lei, do you think that's possible? Lei Long frowned. You can't say that. My Dire Barbarian clan has quite a few limiters, and all the powers are trying to find a way for explorers to enter planet Pyrolite. My Dire Barbarian clan has explorers who can rival the top 100 rankings. Hua Howie didn't care. If the Dire Barbarian clan had explorers, then so did the Blaze Realm. Everyone had their own trump cards. However, there was one person in the Dire Barbarian clan that he cared about. Avery. He was an absolute expert who was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. If cruisers could enter planet Pyrolite as well, then this person would be very useful and he could play a decisive role. However, Hua Howie would not agree to splitting the Pyrolite with the Blaze Realm based on an unknown possibility, and he didn't immediately refuse. How about this, brother Lei? How about we split the pyrolite after we obtain it? Lei Long's eyes narrowed. He thought about it and then agreed. Although the Blaze realm was powerful, his dire barbarian clan was not weak either. If the Blaze realm dared to go back on their word, Lei Long would definitely make them regret it. The prerequisite for an alliance was that their strength was similar, and the 8 Great Flow Zones would only ally with the powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones. As for smaller flow zones like Northline Flow Zone, they could only ally with smaller flow zones to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Northline Flow Zone's luck was too bad. Northgate Gang, Fan and the others had encountered Jared from the Blaze realm, and the battle had caused Northline Flow Zone to suffer heavy losses. Dozens of people had died and even the pyrolite that they had mined had been stolen. Although planet pyrolite was large, everyone had a pyrolite detector, so the chances of encountering Jared were very high. Northline Flow Zone's luck could only be attributed to the fact that they had encountered experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones. At present, less than a third of the experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones remained on planet pyrolite, while the rest were mostly limiters from smaller flow zones. However, numbers did not determine everything, and the ones who could truly obtain pyrolite were the experts from the 8 Great Flow Zones. The crushing defeat of Northgate Gang and the others had caused Northline Flow Zone to become anxious. Lily and had tried to contact Lu Yin several times, and Granny Chan had also been willing to raise the conditions. However, the Great Yu Empire would be at risk, and Lillian felt that no conditions would be able to move Lu Yin unless Granny Chan promised to personally oversee the Great Yu Empire and ensure its safety. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Granny Chan had left and the Lily family had lost their prestige. Compared to pyrolite, Granny Chan was more important. Another 3 days passed and Lu Yin checked his itinerary. There were still 10 days before he would reach Frostwave Weave. On this day, a huge change occurred outside of planet pyrolite as the Sword Sex Limiters arrived. The various powers were shocked as they watched the personal spacecraft charge into planet pyrolite's atmosphere. They had a premonition that the situation on planet pyrolite was about to change. The ones who were the most worried were the Second Grade Hall and the Day-Night clan, as Pyrolite Mountain was currently under their control. More than 100 limiters were guarding the mountain, and most of them were from the Second Grade Hall while a small portion of them were from the Day-Night clan. Their conspicuous heads of black and white hair were the best proof, and it also informed the various powers that the two sides had formed an alliance. The moment the Sword Sex spacecraft charged into planet Pyrolite, Night Queen Chuyu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. She tore through the void and quickly appeared outside of the Sword Sex warship. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that was rather peculiar, but it contained a sharp edge that caused the void to become unstable. Lu Sanjian, come out. Night Queen Chuyu shouted. Wherever she looked, the Sword Sex disciples were overwhelmed with shock, and they did not dare to raise their heads. A curtain of rain suddenly appeared in outer space, creating a strange scene. A middle-aged man walked out from the sword-shaped spacecraft with a resolute expression. He stood tall in outer space and faced Night Queen Chuyu. He was Lu Sanjian, and it was rumored that ever since he had started cultivating, he had only used 3 sword strikes against anyone he faced. If he won, he would win. If he lost, he would lose. He was a hunter with a power level of 190,000. Senior Chuyu, why are you looking for me? Lu Sanjian looked at Night Queen Chuyu and asked calmly. Night Queen Chuyu pointed at planet Pyrolite and coldly said, Your Sword Sex juniors entered planet Pyrolite from Pyrolite Mountain. What is the meaning of this? Are you not going to look for other places? Do you want to compete with my Day-Night clan? Lu Sanjian indifferently replied, Planet Pyrolite is an ownerless planet and so is Pyrolite Mountain. It doesn't belong to your Day-Night clan, so anyone can fight over it. Night Queen Chuyu's gaze turned cold. Planet Pyrolite is huge and Pyrolite Mountain is just one of the many places where pyrolite mines are concentrated. Go look for other places and my Day-Night clan guarantees that we will not interfere. I can't do that. Lu Sanjian's tone was indifferent. He did not care about Night Queen Chuyu at all, even if he was just a hunter. When he was younger, he had been one of the Sword Sex top geniuses and he did not fear anyone. His courage had not changed even now. Night Queen Chuyu was so angry that she laughed. Good. Even a junior dares to provoke me. Looks like the outside world has forgotten about me after not leaving Night King Planet for so many years. Today I'll make all of you remember. Lu Sanjian's gaze turned cold and he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment the void between the two distorted and a figure walked out with a sigh. Q, you're still so tyrannical. When she heard the voice, Night Queen Chuyu's body trembled, and she looked at the old man in front of her in shock. Brother Vile Face? Lu Sanjian looked at the old man and bowed respectfully. Elder Vile Face. The old man's name was Vile Face and he was an elder of the Sword Sect. He was also the person in charge of the pyrolite mines that the Sword Sect had sent this time. He was an enlighter with a power level of 270,000. Brother Vile Face, I never thought that the Sword Sect would send you here, Night Queen Chuyu said with a complicated expression. Vile Face looked at Night Queen Chuyu and sighed. It's been 1,000 years since we last met. You and I are both old and it's time for you to rein in your temper. The rain in outer space grew heavier and Night Queen Chuyu turned to look at planet Pyrolite. This is my first mission outside in 1,000 years and I don't want to fail. Vile Face smiled bitterly. It was because of your temper that he left. Can't you get over it? Night Queen Chuyu's eyes widened and she stared at Vile Face. Temper? What a joke. It's clearly the clan's rules and he's afraid. That coward. I would rather abandon my clan to leave with him but he ran away. Brother Vile Face, is this my fault? Vile Face sighed deeply. It's been so long but you still haven't gotten over it. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Night Queen Chuyu's emotions were unstable, and the rain in outer space was sometimes heavy and sometimes light. There was a moment of silence. Lu Sanjian left at the right time. Vile Face looked at Night Queen Chuyu. It's been so many years. How have you been? Night Queen Chuyu's body trembled and she turned around to leave. Brother Vile Face, friendship is one thing, but I won't show any mercy during the fight on planet Pyrolite. With that, she disappeared into outer space. Vile Face looked at the empty space and sighed once more. He had never thought that he would meet an old friend here, and this old friend was someone that he did not want to meet the most, but also someone that he wanted to meet the most. Boom. Boom. The second volume was about to begin, and a huge change was about to happen. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.